Good afternoon. Vice Rector Professor Eyal Zisser, the Dean of Humanities, Professor Rachel Gali Cinnamon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm pleased and honored to open our conference, A World Beyond, Jewish Cemeteries in Turkey, in the memory of Professor Bernard Lewis of blessed memory, Zichrono Livracha. This conference marks a tremendous academic achievement of our dear colleague and friend, Professor Minna Rozen, who initiated and created and led the digital collection of Jewish gravestones in Turkey. And it is a great honor for us, the Goldstein-Goren Diaspora Research Center, to have the digital collection of Jewish gravestones in Turkey as one of our leading projects. This is truly a unique collection which combine digital images and textual contents of nearly 60,000 Jewish gravestones from a variety of communities in Turkey from 1583 until 1990. In some cases, it documents and commemorates communities that no longer exist. The new website is the culmination of some 30 years of dedicated research by Professor Minna Rozen, who throughout the years worked with a team of field workers, architects, cartographers, disciples, and technological experts. The website software is a multifaceted research platform that enables an online, very broad range of research options. As a research website, this collection is unique in its academic, both for its sheer size and for the study opportunities it opens up to its users to have a wider, deeper insights about the Jewish communities in Turkey. Professor Minna Rozen, our dear colleague, will share the database with us today and present the many uses of this program as a research tool. It gives me and my colleagues at the center a great pleasure to congratulate Professor Rozen on this great accomplishment. We accompanied her on this fascinating journey, and we have full appreciation of her devotion, determination, and hard work in making this project a reality. The website is dedicated to the memory of the late eminent historian, Professor Bernard Lewis, who initiated the project, helped to make it reality, and provided both professional and financial support throughout the course of its implementation. Our deepest gratitude to his family for allowing to name the project in his memory. We also wish to thank Miss Bansi Churchill for her recent generous support, helping us to improve the website. The Quincentennial Foundation, the Annenberg Institute in Philadelphia, and the Israel Science Foundation provided financial support to Professor Rozen documentation project in its initial stages, and we would like to thank them all. Over the course of the last several years, the Goldstein-Goren Diaspora Research Center, then headed by our friend Professor Simcha Goldin, took upon itself the mission to digitize the database and make it available to the broader public. We are also very grateful to Jacob Ferguson, the website's developer and the longtime associate of Professor Minna Rozen, for his dedication in building this site. This online symposium will also examine immense potential of the rising field of digital humanities, which became so central to our faculty, and will provide a forum for presentation of other innovative projects and discussion of far research possibility inherent in the application of new technologies to the field of humanities. We are honored to welcome all to this event, and I thank all of our distinguished speakers and chair for their participation. And last but not least, I would like to thank my colleagues, the wonderful and the brilliant team of the center, Sarah Apple and Adi Moskovich, for really tremendous work. They worked so hard in organizing the conference and for the impressive outcome. Thank you very much. And now, Professor Zisser, please.
Okay, now I'm unmute, and good afternoon. It's wonderful to see you all through the Zoom, and thank you for inviting me to take part in this wonderful conference that conclude the remarkable research work by the team and of course by Minna. This conference, this project has to do with the future, has to do with the present, has to do with the past. With the future, as you rightly mentioned, Ronnie, well, the future of humanities, of historical studies is clearly with such projects that can enable, people around the world to see, explore, conduct research. While many years ago you had to go to Turkey or to come to the archives to see the document or the tomb, and here you enable everyone to, you share with everyone around the world the knowledge and the information. And clearly this project, together with another impressive project you hosted at Tel Aviv University, the Department of History of the Jewish People, the Jewish Press. That's really the future. That's really the direction we should all head it. But this project has to do also with the past. Unfortunately, no present. I mean, Jewish communities that prosper in the Ottoman Empire, and very little was left of these communities, of this wonderful Jewish life. And what you all did was tremendous achievements. I mean, the memory is what was left for us from these communities. So this project is not only about an historical research, it has to do with preserving the heritage and the memory of those people and of those communities. This project is called after late Bernard Lewis, who was deeply rooted at Tel Aviv University, often came here. The first visit, as we discussed before, was in '38. He actually started the visit by visiting Egypt, then going to the north, visited that time Palestine, and then arrived to Istanbul, and preparing to Egypt or to Palestine, well, he was highly impressed by what he have seen in modern Turkey, and that, apart from other reason, made him, you know, a prominent historian of modern Turkey. But really, Bernard was someone I spoke about traveling from the past to the present to the future. Bernard was, I think I was always impressed by his ability to move, to transfer, to travel from the ancient history to the medieval history to the modern history, from Christianity, Judaism, and then Islam, feel at home at each of these fields of study, and I think he would be proud of what you have achieved here. And let me thank on behalf of all of you, Minna, for this wonderful achievement, and let me wish you all success and enjoyable conference. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eyal. And now our dear Dean, Professor Cinnamon, please.
Shalom and welcome everyone to the International Symposium on Digital Humanities in Jewish Study. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome you all at the beginning of our new academic year that we have started in campus after almost 2 years of social distance and Zoom learning. And now we are back in campus, and now we are blending, combining various modes of learning and teaching, enabling us to, I just read all the welcome from people all over the world. It was from Los Angeles and London and Beersheba and more other places, which is a symbol just marking the potential, the great potential of technology to enhance our ability to find meaning in the past and in the future, since this conference is a great example for the potential of technology, not just digital humanities, and a great example for the benefits of collaboration between researchers, since the fact that Minna shared her great work with us and enable other researchers to use what you did in favor of the future. So I welcome you and just say the digital humanities, it's only a first step. We need to continue to collaborate personally in order to make meaning and to make the potential of access to be able to make a real difference, not only for understanding the past, but for creating a better future. So thank you all for your great work, and special thanks to our colleagues, Roni and Simcha, for their amazing work through the years in this center, and for organizing this symposium that symbolize our ability to continue to work together via Zoom, but at the same time make a real differences for understanding the past and creating a new and better future. Thank you, Minna, for your amazing work. And I wish all of you a great conference. And I hope that even though we are all in Zoom, you will be able to get not just a new knowledge, but also new friends and academic and maybe other friend relationship. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Gali. And also I would like to thank you for your ongoing support in all our projects and initiatives. And you really brought a new atmosphere to our faculty.
Thank you.
No doubt about it.
You deserve more.
Okay, so now we are moving to our first session. The first session titled Opening Remarks. And we have with us two eminent scholars, Professor Amnon Cohen and of course, Professor Minna Rozen. We'll begin with Professor Cohen, which I'm proud to introduce. Although he wrote it when I got the bio, he only mentioned it in the last sentence of his bio. But let me begin by saying that Professor Amnon Cohen is the laureate Chatan Pras Israel, and he did most of his academic studies at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, where he taught Middle Eastern studies for over 40 years. His academic publications include 25 books, more than 70 articles, teaching position abroad, University of Pennsylvania and Princeton University, York University. He was the head of the Harry Truman Institute for Advancement of Peace at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Please, Professor Cohen.
Thank you. I hope you hear me, so I'll start right away with extending my gratitude to the organizers of this seminar for having invited me, not only coming from Jerusalem, as was already pointed out, but also a person used to looking at history from an Oriental studies perspective to address this meeting and say a few words related to your field, that is Jewish studies. We university people at any location try to do our best in order to share our humble knowledge with our students, then guide our PhD candidates in their respective research projects, thereby enriching the yield of our professional guild and ensuring its ongoing contribution to human culture. Bernard Lewis, quite obviously, contributed immensely to his field, and several of his former students did carry the torch of knowledge at this university at Tel Aviv to further achievements. But his field was mostly Middle Eastern studies, not Jewish studies. To quote Fuad Azami, a former student and then a colleague of his, on Bernard's 80th birthday, I quote, Bernard Lewis's sweep across the space and centuries of Middle Eastern history is a reaffirmation of the craft of writing history. We are in the hands of the foremost living scholar on the subject, who has written about practically everything under the Middle Eastern sun, a historian unrivaled skills and authority and literary grace, unquote. Bernard Lewis was born in London in 1916 to Harry and Jenny Lewis. His maternal grandmother came to England from a town called Grodno, then a part of the Russian Empire. May I add here a very personal note? My own mother, may she rest in peace, came to Palestine from the same Grodno where she was born and brought up, and she came as a young pioneer about 40 years later. Bernard's grandmother met and married his grandfather, Joseph Levi. So the Hebrew name of Bernard, as he jokingly told me once, was simply Dov Levi, Dov Levi. I personally prefer Bernard Lewis still. In his 13th year, along with most Jewish children, he was given elementary instruction in Hebrew, of which he recalls as, and I quote, the joyous discovery that Hebrew was not merely a kind of encipherment of prayers and rituals to be memorized and recited parrot fashion, but a language at once classical and modern, written and spoken, unquote. So after the completion of the bar mitzvah ceremony, he insisted that the same person continues to instruct him in Hebrew. And by the time he was 16, he admits he had a reasonably good command of both written and spoken Hebrew. Then he created a new group called Dovrei Ivrit, speakers of Hebrew, there in London, to meet once a week and speak Hebrew. One particular name to be mentioned in this connection was a girl 1 year younger than him, Minna, not our Minna, Minna, with whom he admitted in his notes on a century, I quote, he fell madly in love and expressed that love in a series of poems that insanely ambitiously he wrote in Hebrew, unquote. Many years later, I was introduced by Bernard to Minna Givton, indeed an impressive person, at her home in Jerusalem. By the time he entered university, Bernard, and I quote again, had read widely and deeply in Hebrew and had even tried his hand in writing both prose and verse, not very successfully in that language, unquote. His command of Hebrew, as I discovered years later, was quite astonishing, but he insisted on delivering his public lectures in English only. The best way to sum up this part is to cite his own comment, quote again, while my principal concern had for some time been mainstream Islamic history, I had never forgotten the Hebraic and Judaic interests and concerns which had first led me into the field of Middle Eastern studies, end of quote. Bernard goes on to describe his first published venture in this field, which was due to the initiative of a truly remarkable man, Dr. Simon Ravidovich, a refugee from Poland who made his home in England for several years, just before Second World War broke out. That is, Ravidovich's impressive literary and public earlier career included the establishment in Berlin of a Hebrew publishing house in the early 1920s, editing Moses Mendelssohn's writing, and mainly concentrating on the promotion of the Hebrew language and culture in the world. He even made Aliyah to Palestine in 1931, lived for a while in Merchavia, but then proceeded and settled down for several years in London. In 1941, he organized there an international conference to discuss the ways and means for safeguarding Jewish culture in the light, or rather in the darkness, of Nazi Germany rule over the whole of continental Europe. 25 years old Bernard was flattered by the invitation to attend this conference and shared Ravidovich's line that the Nazi actual aim was to destroy completely the Jewish culture and annihilate Jewish life in the world. If this happens, said Ravidovich to his distinguished audience, we must make sure that the world becomes aware of the Jewish culture that existed here. Then young Bernard raised his hand and asked, where from may we get the paper needed for at the time of war when the British government prohibited the sale of paper to anyone except for the government itself? Ravidovich, the organizer, looked at his audience with a certain amount of contempt and retorted, you English don't know much about permits, sorry. You get me the money and I promise to get the permit. And he did. To everyone's astonishment, he was able to find not only the permit, but also the printers, the paper, and the money to produce Metsudah, that is fortress, a collection in Hebrew published at irregular intervals in London during the war. Bernard agreed to make small contributions on aspects of history of Jews in Arab lands. He wrote this in Hebrew, and Ravidovich corrected the style. In later years, writes Lewis in his notes on a century, and I quote, I wrote 1 or 2 other articles in Hebrew and even ventured to give a few lectures in that language, but later decided to keep to English. It's in my own mother tongue that I can say exactly what I want to say, and in the way I want to say it. In any other language, I'm restricted and constrained by the limitation of the words and idioms available to me, unquote. Many years later, Bernard confided in a private conversation that this gathering in 1941 was a formative event for him at a very somber stage to the Jewish people. These notes remind me of another gathering, one of my earliest encounters with Bernard in Jerusalem. It took place in the mid-1960s, that is quite some time ago already, at the home of Eliyahu Eilat, who had known Bernard from the years he, that is Eliyahu Eilat, served as the Israeli ambassador in London at St. George's Court. I was at that time a very young teaching assistant at my university, and we were all admiring the rose garden of Eliyahu and Zehava at Beit HaKerem neighborhood in Jerusalem. Rachel Yanait Ben Tzvi, who knew Bernard from his first visit to Jerusalem in the early 1950s, turned to the guest of honor and after a polite welcome, asked him bluntly, as Rachel would usually do, "Tell me, dear Bernard, if you are a real Zionist, why don't you simply come and live in Jerusalem?" Bernard, somewhat embarrassed, doing his typical cough, answered, "Well, you are right in your assumption, but I hope I can help Israel much more and immeasurably better in English and in London." Even though his earliest lectures in Israel were delivered in 1950 at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Bernard developed in later years close relationship with Tel Aviv University, as already mentioned this afternoon. His years-long personal friendship with Teddy Kollek, the mayor of Jerusalem, was instrumental in his early quest for an apartment in Jerusalem. But he finally decided that Tel Aviv would become his Israeli base. Hence, he bought an apartment overlooking Tel Aviv beach that would suit his annual visits to Israel and hopefully, as he said, serve as a proper incentive for the younger members of his family to come and stay in Israel as long as possible. His annual series of lectures at Tel Aviv University became a permanent academic event, which drew a steady attendance of a wider public audience. We at the Hebrew U not only maintained our personal and institutional ties with him, which included the delivery of annual lectures to our own students, occasionally open to the general public. The major part of all of these presentations was on topics related to Middle Eastern studies. Quite obviously, Islam and Middle Eastern history were always Bernard's major interest. Hence, they constitute the principal source of his academic activity and expressed in his publications. But his ongoing attraction, ever since his bar mitzvah, to Hebrew, to Jewish historical matters, as well as to contemporary affairs of Israel, never diminished. Among the manifold examples, one may mention two which refer directly to Jewish studies. First, in his book, Music of a Distant Drum, published in 2001, he shared with us his own translations from the classical Arabic, Persian, Turkish, and medieval Hebrew poems, Yehuda Halevi, Samuel Hanagid, Ibn Ezra, etc., summed up by another distinguished academic, that is Carter Findlay from Ohio State, summed it up, and I quote, these are translations with a literary quality that rises to a level one can call poetic, unquote. And the second example I would mention here is his book, The Jews on Islam, 1984. There's also a Hebrew version, translation, in which Lewis traced the formative and classical periods of the Judeo-Islamic tradition in medieval Islam and development of the tradition during the Ottoman Empire, and finally, alas, its eventual demise in the 20th century. Today's occasion, highlighting Minna Rozen's huge project, is by definition a very important contribution to Jewish studies. And my humble contribution in this direction of Jewish studies may be added now in my short description of my Sijil project. This word, this term, Sijil, is an Arabic word meaning written formal documents, records, registers. Quite some time ago, I managed to get a permit from the Muslim Salary Court of Jerusalem to consult their archives, which go back to the Ottoman period. Leafing through several registers, I discovered that this was not only an important source for the history of the Muslim society, but Jewish names and court cases involving the Jewish community recur there very often. Having realized that these archives could be of great relevance to a better understanding of the reality of the Jewish society in Jerusalem, I was dismayed by the huge quantity of material and the quality of information that could be gathered there. Deciphering the handwritten reports of the local Qadi was the first hurdle to overcome. but a huge quantity of volumes there turned out to be even more difficult to handle. In the next visit of Bernard to Jerusalem, I told him about this potential treasure, and he was most supportive of the idea to set up a small group of students who would assist me in systematically sifting the thousands of pages of these registers, and even suggested to provide us with any support we might need. The years-long research with our small group of assistants yielded a huge amount of documented information about Jewish life in Jerusalem under the Ottomans. I deposited the copies of the Sigil series at the Israeli National Archives Library, Sifriya Leumit, and the Hebrew annotated translation of about 2,500, that is 2,500 documents dealing with the Jewish life there and then in Jerusalem were published by Yad Yitzchak Ben Tzvi, titled Jews in the Muslim Religious Court. The net outcome of the long years of research at the court yielded a series of 5 Hebrew volumes covering the 400 years of Ottoman rule in Jerusalem. And here, I hope you can see, these are the 5 volumes which are the outcome of these many years of research. At the time, I wanted, quite naturally, to express in writing my gratitude to Bernard, prefaces and so on, for years of support to this project, a support he willingly offered on one condition that he laid, that of anonymity. He insisted that I don't mention his name in conjunction with this project, and I quite naturally obliged. This presentation today is the right occasion and the right time and place to publicly acknowledge Bernard's role in this project. Each volume of these 5 is divided to 4 parts: communal organization, Jewish life in a Muslim society, economic activities, and finally, legal statutes. Here are a few samples of the topics, indeed long and detailed chapters they are, dealt with by these Sigil documents: synagogues, cemeteries, families, women, professions, endowments, taxation, pilgrimage, loans and communal debts, buildings, legacies, conversion, and so on and so forth. The original texts are mostly in Arabic. Some of them are in Turkish, of course, available to potential readers. And the thousands of documents are translated into Hebrew, waiting for students of Jewish studies to read and research. These are, I must admit, much less solid than the tombstones of Turkey, but I hope they may prove to be of relevance and importance for future researchers in Jewish studies. Thank you for having listened. That's it. Time is up.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Professor Cohen, and our friend, Professor Minna Rozen. Minna Rozen is a professor emerita in the Department of Jewish History at the University of Haifa. Professor Rozen served as the director of our center, the Diaspora Center at Tel Aviv University between 1992 and 1997, and still serves as the chair of the public council of the center. And this is an opportunity for me to thank you for your support, ongoing support, for all the years of support in the center. And also, as the new director of the center, I would like to thank you for your friendship and really help that you provided in this new position. And she is also the head of the project of the Jews of Turkey and the Balkans and the Ladino culture research project at the center. Professor Rozen specializes in the history of the Jews in the Ottoman Empire in the Balkans. And as you all know, she is the creator of this fantastic database that we congratulate today. So Professor Rozen, please.
Thank you. Good evening to our Israeli and European audience, and good morning to our American audience. It is with pleasure and excitement that I am approaching you today, but also with certain apprehension. I feel honored by the appreciation bestowed upon me by the colleagues who agreed to participate in this online launch of the digital database on which I have been toiling for more than 30 years. At the same time, I'm wondering, how shall I transmit the essence of these long years of work in half an hour or so? Let me start by saying that this work is not only mine. Along the years, scores of people were involved in it. The three most important of them are no longer with us. The idea to document the Jewish cemeteries of Istanbul, at least, was first suggested in the early 1950s by a Turkish art collector by Nuri Arlasız to Professor Bernard Lewis, who in turn passed on the baton to me. Along the years, Professor Lewis continuously supported this project in many ways and ascertained that it will be successfully concluded. Mr. Jack Hamchi from Istanbul sponsored the project through the 500 Years Foundation he initiated to commemorate the settlement of Sephardi Jews in the Ottoman Empire. About the rest of the people involved in this project, you will have to learn by delving into the introduction to the website, though some of them I would like to mention. First of all, the software engineer, Mr. Jacob Fagerson, who for the last 30 years has been my loyal partner to this voyage. And then the former head of the Goldstein-Goren Diaspora Research Center, Professor Simcha Goldin, whose initiative made the creation of the website possible. And the wonderful team of the Goldstein-Goren Diaspora Research Center, Miss Sarah Appel and Miss Adi Moskovich, without whose dedication and care the machine cannot operate. I am deeply indebted to all the people, those who were mentioned and those who were not mentioned. The database contains nearly 60,000 stones from all over Turkey. It is first and foremost a research tool. Although it attracts a lot of genealogists, genealogy was not the primary goal of its creation. Besides preservation of this unique evidence of Jewish life in Turkey, my vision has been to create a highly sophisticated research tool that will lead to the incorporation of the Jewish Ottoman cultural heritage into both Jewish history and Ottoman history. To the best of my knowledge, as a research tool, this database is the largest in the world. Having said all that, it should be remembered that in order to get a good and versatile socio-cultural portrait of the community interred in a cemetery, any cemetery, the data collected from it alone is not enough. In order to achieve this goal, it is necessary to assemble all possible external information piece by piece and combine it with the cemetery information. Also, in order to make full use of such a depository and software, a scholar should master the various layers of the epitaph's language, as well as the historical and cultural background of the community that created them. And in a case of a minority, knowledge of the surrounding society is also required. In other words, such a website is a wonderful auxiliary tool for the historian, but it should be considered as one of many other necessary tools. The largest cemetery in which I worked was that of Haskoy, located on the northern shore of the Golden Horn, given by Sultan Selim II to the elders of the Jews and their agents by a firman issued on October 23rd, 1582. And let me show you two photos of the cemetery in order to make the thing more lively. This is a Google Earth map of the cemetery, and you can see here what has remained from the original 256 dunams. Nowadays, only 144 dunams. The ring road, the Chevreolu, that was constructed around Istanbul in the 1970s, devoured almost half of the cemetery. Originally, it consisted of this part and the part that you cannot see in this photograph. And let me show you one more photo that will clarify what we are looking at. And this is a photograph that I took from a helicopter in 1995. And the picture was taken from this direction, the neighborhood of Okmeydani, all of which was built, in Turkish it's called Gecekondu, built overnight. All of it was built from the destroyed Jewish tombstones. And this is the Chevreolu. This is part of the cemetery that still exists, but there are only broken stones there. This is the mausoleum of the Camondo family. And this is the cemetery as it looks today. This is the neighborhood of Haskoy. And in the horizon, you see the Golden Horn. We were able to document more than 22,000 readable stones in what has remained from the original cemetery. In order to achieve the goals I had in mind, such huge cemeteries were mapped and divided into plots of 25 on 25 meters. The use of this method will be displayed in a moment. I have entitled my talk A World Beyond the Database, Its Scope and Use. However, this evening I am able to introduce to you just one family interred in this cemetery, and while tracing the marks it had left us, I will strive to show you the potential of the software. Enormous cemeteries such as Haskoy are an incredible source for grassroots history, the history of common people. However, my chosen family, the Roman family, is not common at all. I have chosen it because of the cultural uniqueness in the Jewish Istanbuli scene. Their traces can be seen for almost 100 years in Istanbul, Jerusalem, and various European capitals. They appear at the beginning of the 17th century and disappear at the beginning of the 18th century. One thing one learns by studying cemeteries is that there is no such thing like eternity. What can be gleaned from the database on the Roman family? The software enables us to see that their tombstones are concentrated in two sections of the cemetery. Let me show you what I mean. They are concentrated in lot 5.5 and 6.5. And the other two tombstones were moved there by the destruction caused while building the ring road. You can see the signs of the destruction here, here, and here, where piles of destroyed stones were moved from this whole area, which was erased during the construction of the road in order to make place for new burials. A view over this group of burials and its neighbors makes it clear that these are people of the upper echelons of society. They were buried in a way that reflected their social class and family trajectories. They were buried in the midst of two other families with whom they were intermarried. The Veisid family, one of rich silk merchants, and among them the Saraf, the banker of the governor of Egypt, and the Hamon family, the Sultan's doctors. The Romans were buried among them exactly the way they intermingled with them in life. You see, the red tombstones are the Romans, the blue are the Hamons, and the green are the Veisids, all grouped together in the same lot. Without the software and the division of the cemetery into sections, this portrait of the cemetery as a reflection of the living city could not have been brought to light. An examination of the Roman family tombstones points to the great effort and expense invested in the epitaphs. Lengthy and intricate inscriptions such as these are a sure indication of wealthy and distinguished figures. However, even among the rich and noble, the sepulchral poems of the Romans are outstanding. On virtually all of their tombstones, we find original poems not seen in the cemetery beforehand, ripe with rich and eloquent images based on the skillful interweaving of biblical passages and fragments of verses, allusions to midrashim and biblical commentary. The Romans' epitaphs include also literary conventions not to be seen elsewhere in the Jewish cemeteries of Istanbul, conventions similar or identical to those of the Sephardi Golden Age poetry. I have chosen for you the elegant inscription on the tombstone of Sultana, the wife of Shlomo Hamon, daughter of Teshuvah Roman and granddaughter of Moshe Roman, who died on the 13th of January, 1648. Let me introduce you to her tombstone. This is her tombstone. But right now, we are not interested in the looks of her tombstone, but in the epitaph. תסובנה כסוב אופן הגלות, ימות עמל וירחי שב ולילות, ומסעות שבו בדוחים ברוחם, ומכשלות ובחלות גדולות. זמן בוגד בצודתו פרוסה, וכל חפצו להתעולל עלילות. בבוא עפרה במעמקי מערה, ובמקום ארמנות קלות בחלות. לנוד אישה בלב אישה, פלדות יקוד אישה, ובמקום שיר יללות. נהי נהייה לשוד ראיה, ובכייה בפי בעלה, ובכן הכל כחולות. כי כל נהי קינים והגה והיא, וכל כחולה על כל ראש קרחה, ופי כל יללה על תפארת רום כבודה, בת מלך העיר ההוללה, הלא היא המעתירה מרת סולטנה, אשת הנבון ונעלה, הרב שלמה המון, ישמרו צורו, בת הנבון ונעלה, הרב תשובה בחר, משה רומן נוחו עדן, נפטרת יום ב' י"ח לטבת, שנת התח, קודש בצוותא, ומנוחתה כבוד. And for the sake of those who do not understand Hebrew, I shall read the translation into English. It was very difficult to translate this kind of poetry. Spinning around like the wheel of a wagon, days of agony and months of futility and nights, and oracles of delusion and deception deep in their souls, and stumbling blocks and great illnesses. Time betrays us, its net is spread, and all it desires is to wreak evil. When her dust arrives in the depths of a burial cave, and in place of bridal palaces' ailments, because of the disaster that befell his wife, in her husband's heart, even iron will be wholly consumed in fire. And instead of songs, there will be wailing, sounds of lament will arise at the disastrous end of his wife, and weeping will fill her husband's mouth, and the crying for her is like the sound of women in labor. For a cry of lamentations rises up, and that of dirges and vows, and the sound of women in labor, and every head will become bald, and the sound of king over her exalted honor. Daughter of the king of the renowned city, for she is the crowned one. Mistress Sultana, wife of the insightful and exalted Rabbi Shlomo Hamon, may his rock preserve him, and daughter of the exalted wise man Rabbi Teshuvah, son of the exalted Rabbi Moshe Roman, may he rest in Eden, passed away on the second day of the week, the 18th of Tevet, the year of 5408, Kodesh Matzavta, and may she rest in dignity. From the epitaph, one may deduce that Sultana was young, she was not in good health, she died shortly after her marriage, most probably without having any children. And whereas most epitaphs on stones of married women mention only the husband's name, the author of Sultana's epitaph gives equal status to her husband and her ancestry, which tells us of her family's high social status. The images employed by the author of the epitaph are not new, but he used them in an original way and with a rhythm of his own. Thus, for example, he employed the image of time as a wheel, which appears in Midrashim and among such Sephardi poets as Yehuda al-Harizi, in an intricate and lovely work that combines the notion of the wheel with that of time as a traitor, another common motif in Sephardic poetry, both unseen in other epitaphs in the cemetery or in any other Jewish cemetery in Istanbul. What can be gleaned from the material aspect of the tombstones? The software allows us to measure both the fluctuations in the monetary investment in the monuments, as well as the changing trends in the ornamental style. A stone of high caliber was used to mark each of the Roman graves. 9 out of the 10 stones were made of choice marble from the Isle of Barbara, transported at great expense to the city, long before regular quarrying on the island was resumed at the beginning of the 18th century. In contrast to the Roman epitaphs, which reflect a rational understanding of death, the finality of death, the monetary investment in the tombstones may indicate a dichotomy in the attitude of the mourners. The use of expensive marble in the tombstones shows that while acknowledging the finality of death, there is the hope that the deceased continues some sort of existence in which he derives pleasure from this investment, coupled with an illusion of immortality. At the same time, this investment should also be seen as a means of bolstering the social status of the surviving family members. This is not the only dichotomy. In spite of the great investment in the stone itself, the majority of the Roman stones did not boast ostentatious ornamentation, as if they say, we are noble, but we are not flashy. At the same time, 7 out of the 10 stones demonstrate assimilation of the Ottoman Muslim culture. 5 stones emulated the shape of the Muslim Ottoman coffin. Later on, such monuments will become huge and loaded with ornamentations, but not in the Roman case. One example is the tombstone of a person called Mevorach, son of Moshe Roman, who died on the 23rd of August, 1648. And let me show you the tombstone through the website, and you will be able also to see how the website works. So we are in Istanbul. Just a moment. We shall open the database. And we shall look for the deceased. Here we are. The family is Roman. Roman to Roman. And the father is Moshe to Moshe. And the deceased is Mevorach. We are. And this is his tombstone, which looks exactly like an Ottoman coffin. You realize that he is the uncle of our Sultana. I would like to show you the Muslim counterpart of this tombstone. These 2 tombstones are to be found in Fatma Sultan Cemetery in Edirne, and they are from the same period as our Mevorach Roman stone, the mid-17th century. However, this kind of monuments reflect only a superficial adoption of the Ottoman ornamental conventions. This is not the case with Lady Sultana's monument. In comparison to the other Roman monuments, hers was more invested in terms of ornaments. And this is explicably. She was the young wife of a very powerful man. But this is not the main point I would like to draw your attention to. I would like to draw your attention to one element in her stone. Look at the sunk mihrab-shaped frame which encircles the inscription. The mihrab shape indicates that the Muslim world of symbols had been assimilated in this case and not in a superficial way. The image of the mihrab was not merely a stylistic convention. It carried many meanings and associations that apparently occurred to the person commissioning the stone. The mihrab is the wall in the mosque that signifies the direction of prayer facing Mecca. And I will show you this mihrab at the Black Eunuchs Mosque at the Topkapi Sarai in Istanbul. On the Chasqui stones, the head of the mihrab points towards Jerusalem. But moreover, the Muslim worshipper prays while kneeling on a prayer rug, sejadeh, which is decorated exactly in the shape of a mihrab. And here you see one prayer rug, also from the 17th century. We think that it also comes from the Sultanic Palace of Topkapi. In this way, the stone serves as a form of a prayer rug for the relatives of the deceased, with the ornamentation emphasizing the notion that the dead person constitutes a bridge between this world and the next and can influence the fate of the living. The form of the mihrab also recalls a gate of sorts. In the great mosques, the entrance is in the shape of the mihrab. And I brought for you as an example the gate of the Ince Minaret Medresesi, built in the 13th century in the city of Konya in eastern Turkey. And here you have a double mihrab. One is the entrance itself, and the other is the whole construction. At the Jewish cemetery, the association is with the gate of the Holy One, through which only the righteous may pass. In this sense as well, the mihrab shape turns the tombstone into an object that symbolically connects not only the deceased and those mourning him or her, but in a more general way, the present world and the hereafter. In Sultana's monument, the stone carver used one more ornamental convention borrowed from the Ottoman Muslim culture. The mihrab surrounding the poem, let us look at it again. It will help us to understand what I'm saying. Just a moment. The mihrab surrounding the inscription is divided into 3 pairs of inner frames, and rosettes are carved between the pairs, as well as in the spaces between the inner frames and the overall outline of the mihrab. This kind of decoration became very popular in the 18th century. The software enables us to follow the development of this trend. In order to make this happen, I designed a ciphering system that identifies each minute element of the stone's decorations and ornaments, a typology of stones. You can study it in the book you see behind me. This kind of stones, the kind of stones that resemble Sultana's monument, were given the numbers 10x to 10z. These are variations of this kind of stone. And as I said, this can be followed through the software. At what period these kind of stones appear and when do they disappear? What is the span of time at which they were fashionable? And let me share with you through the software this possibility. We shall send the Mevorach Roman on his way, and we shall, oh, just a moment, let us send him. And we shall clear the filter. And now we shall choose our cemetery. We shall limit the time span. Just a moment. And now we are left with 9,516 stones, from which we want to see only the 10x to 10z type. And this will be found in this will be found in the stone data. And in the stone data, we shall enter the components and we shall type 10x. No, we are at Hebrew letters, it's not good. 10x to 10z. And we are left with 1,197 stones. And now we shall try to divide them according to the years and the number of deaths per years. We shall not divide them for each year, but every 10 years. And here we are. And you can see that these stones appear actually in the 1640s. And they gain momentum until the mid-18th century, and then they drop down. We don't have time to discuss the meaning of this development. I just want you to see what can we do with the software. Now, this type is already an adornment whose intent is not to convey meaning, but to display wealth. And it brings this style of stone into another realm, the realm of the illuminated Ottoman manuscript. Let me show you what I mean. This is what I mean. This is a leaf from a book of prayers for the Prophet Muhammad, composed at the end of the 15th century, but copied again in the 17th century. Look at it. Let us assume for the purpose of our discussion that the designs on the tombstones, or at least on the more sophisticated ones, were not created by the stonemasons, but by people who specialized in this art, devising standard patterns that the engravers followed. But whether it was they or the stone carvers in themselves who planned the ornamentation on the stones, how had they become familiar with illuminated Ottoman manuscripts? Were they Muslim? No, I don't think so, and I can prove it. The answer lies elsewhere. It lies in the Ottoman lifestyle. These designs were to be found in manuscripts of the Quran, of prayers, or of poetry. The margins illuminated by master artists whose imagination knew no bounds, and such volumes were sold at the book market, the Sahaflar, near the Grand Bazaar of Istanbul. Calligraphers would purchase these illuminated works and write the text on the empty space in the center of the page. Now, the Jews of Istanbul were doubtless familiar with the book market and apparently also visited its stalls, as attested to by a Kabbalistic prayer book from 1734. And I must show you this. This is the book. This book was bought empty at the Sahaflar, and you can see the resemblance between this ornamentation and that one. This is a little cheaper, but it's the same thing. And the buyer filled in the empty space here the prayers, Seder Tefilot Yesharot Uvarot for the winter season, Hanukkah through Purim, December through March. It would appear that this was the practice of the Jewish stonemasons as well. An empty ornamental frame was prepared in advance, and upon the client's request, the epitaph was engraved in the stone. The inspiration, both practical and decorative, in the case of Sultana stone, apparently came from the book market. As can already be seen, the full meaning of the data gleaned from the database comes to light only when probed in the wider context of the culture from which it emanates and the one that engulfs it. In the case of the Roman family, there is more to be said. Based on their name, the Romans ostensibly had their roots in the city of Rome or in that environs the region of Romania. The use of the abridged form Roman rather than the one common in the Ottoman lands, Romano, suggests that they arrived in the capital not long before we first trace their footsteps. But as can be gleaned from their tombstones, from the time their forefathers left their place of origin, the family span a network of marriage and social ties with Sephardi families of similar standing, the cream of Istanbuli Jewish society. While the epitaphs tell us that those who bore the Roman name were apparently men of letters, the information gathered outside the cemetery accentuates even more the picture. It tells us the story of a highly erudite family of scholars, poets, linguists, and manuscripts collectors who spoke many languages and were in contact with Christian humanists in Istanbul, Geneva, Paris, and London, as well as with the European diplomats and scholars who passed through the Ottoman capital. The libraries of several of them contain books and manuscripts brought over from Spain and from Italy. And at least one of them, Yaakov Roman, was a polymath whose knowledge of world literature extended from the culture of Islamic Golden Age to that of the Italian Renaissance. Indirectly, he became a central figure in the promulgation of the study of the Hebrew language in Christian Europe during the early modern era. With this intriguing comment, I shall leave you to ponder on the Roman family and the footsteps they left on the hills of Haskell and the libraries of Europe. I do hope that their story will persuade some of you to delve into the website in order to experience more adventures. I thank you for your patience and for your time.
Thank you very much, Minna, for sharing with us the story of the Roman family and for giving us a taste for this amazing project. And I would like to invite everyone, of course, to visit the website and try. I did it myself. It's amazing, trying to find information. I, for example, just inserted the word love to see how many people used it in the Tombstone.
My name is Ehud Toledano, and I will be chairing this panel about Istanbul Jewry and the computerized database. So first of all, I just want to say that it's a pleasure to participate and congratulate my longtime, decades-old friend and colleague, Minna Rozen. We've actually started to get to know each other as a result of the major shift that Minna made in studying Ottoman Jewry. In that sense, she was the first and unique, and the idea was that she would study Ottoman sources, for which she had to study Ottoman Turkish, and we read together a few texts at the beginning, and she got absorbed into it. And of course, this was a major important step, moving the study of Jewish history from an isolated work done on mostly Jewish sources to locating those communities in their space, which was an Ottoman, mostly Muslim, but not only, space, social space with which they interacted. They did not live in isolated communities and in isolation. And as Minna just showed in her wonderful talk, how the influence and the exchange, we don't call it influence anymore. It's appropriation of various styles, artistic, linguistic, and otherwise. How this information traveled back and forth between those Jewish communities and the Ottoman societies within which they lived. So this is indeed a pleasure, and we will just proceed immediately. One technical comment is that Professor Prose at the very last moment has asked to be excused because of a family matter that at the very last minute cropped up. And when you have grandchildren and stuff like that, you don't mess around. Everybody is healthy and everybody is fine, but we will not hear him on this panel. That means that the three panelists will have 20 minutes. I will say, because in most cases they don't watch the screen as they read from their papers, so I will have to say to the microphone, you have 5 minutes remaining. And after which, at 20 minutes, we will stop. So that with 3 20-minute presentations, we will come to an hour. Then this will give us 30 minutes for discussion, for people who want to say something, and not just ask questions, but people are here and listening because they probably want to also say something and comment about the papers they've heard. So when we get to that part, I will share with you the way we will do it. But let's start with the first paper. Dr. Ruth Lamdan has taught for many years in the Department of Jewish History, Tel Aviv University, and is currently a senior researcher at the Goldstein-Goren Diaspora Research Center. She has published various articles and encyclopedic entries in Hebrew and English on Jewish social and family life in the early modern Ottoman Empire, and 2 books. One is A Separate People, about Jewish women in Eretz Israel, Egypt and Syria in the 16th century. And the other one is Sefer Tikkun Sofrim of Rabbi Yitzchak Tzabach, an edited collection of 100 Hebrew legal bills from 17th century Jerusalem. The title of her talk today is The Ideal of Beauty in Istanbul Jewish Cemeteries. Dr. Lamdan, please.
Thank you. Well, first, I would like also to thank my colleague and friend, Professor Minna Rozen, and the organizer of this conference for this wonderful event. As we have just heard, the vast database of inscriptions from Jewish cemeteries in Istanbul and other cities in the Ottoman Empire allows easy access to a particularly interesting source for studying the life of Jewish society and family in the empire. As part of her massive work of documenting the cemeteries in Turkey, in the articles and books she published, Minna Rozen noted the extent and diversity of the historical, aesthetic, social, and familial information that can be derived from the inscriptions on the headstones. The subject of female beauty is especially discussed in 2 of Rozen's articles. In one article, in which she analyzed 40 headstone inscriptions of esteemed women, Nashim Hashuvot, daughters of prominent and wealthy families in Istanbul in the 18th century, Rozen found that the most laudable attribute, the one that received the most attention, was their beauty. Only after beauty was there mention of other qualities such as innocence, modesty, generosity, or devotion. Another article about the extensive Roman Romano family, the family mentioned by Professor Rozen in her instructive lecture on Haskoy Cemetery, also notes that the headstones of the women in the family in Istanbul mention the beauty of the women. In those two articles, Rozen dealt with wealthy families of high or medium-high social status, who invested not only in erecting elegant and stylish headstones, but also in lengthy and elaborate epitaphs to commemorate their loved ones. In Rozen's articles, along with references to female beauty that I encountered in sermons and eulogies by 16th and 17th century preachers, prompted me to examine how a wider variety of tombstones of families from all classes related to, well, I'll go back. In those two articles, Rozen dealt with wealthy families, and I decided to look at the tombstones of families from all classes, which relate to female beauty, and to look what images were used by mourners to describe the beauty of women of their family, wives, daughters, mothers who had passed away. But first I want to say a few words about the attitude towards female beauty in Jewish law, the halakha, and especially in the eyes of contemporary sages. Women's beauty has always been both an open and a concealed subject in the writings of sages and preachers. The statement, grace is deceitful and beauty is vain, which concludes the verses of Women of Value, creates a moral and educational dilemma. Obviously, the sages and commentators cannot disregard beautiful women, and they must justify and explain the descriptions of beautiful women in the Bible and in various interpretations and sermons. But at the same time, the preachers have to praise modest, chaste women who are covered and confined to their homes. In the ethical literature, Sifrut HaMusar, and in the sermons of Sephardi sages from Istanbul, Salonika, and other Jewish centers in the Ottoman Empire, it is very evident that they are attempting to mediate the demands of modesty required by Jewish law and the recognition of beauty as a female virtue that contributes to a good marriage. According to Rabbi Moshe Cordovero of Safed, in the 16th century, beauty as a stimulus that arouses men's sexual lust is important in order to keep the men in their homes and to prevent them from spilling their seed in vain. A man who has an attractive wife at home will not seek temptation elsewhere. A woman's beauty is vain but for the matter of evil desire, said the preacher Rabbi Israel ben Venisti in the 17th century, while comparing the beauty of two matriarchs, Rachel and Leah, Jacob's wives. He also referred to a verse from David's lament over Saul, which implies that King Saul would provide for and adorn wives of men who were sent to war, so that their beauty remained intact, and when men came back from war, they would lust for their wives. So, along with the recognition of the importance of beauty and refinement in married life, women must conduct themselves with the utmost modesty when in public, and it is the duty of women not to flaunt their beauty and femininity. As a result, the saying, grace is deceitful and beauty is vain, is prominent in the sermons of sages, along with repeated reproaches, threats, and regulations against women who do not observe maximum modesty. Although lack of beauty was not a serious obstacle in matchmaking process, nevertheless, despite the many prohibitions, there are men who prefer beauty over honor, family pedigree, or money, and choose to marry a beautiful bride without considering her other virtues. So I return to the electronic database of tombstones from cemeteries in Istanbul and see what it can teach us about women's beauty and what were men's expectations of beauty. I went over about 1,800 of headstones during a specific period from the end of 16th century to the beginning of the 18th century, some decades following the arrival and the establishment of Spanish exiles in the Ottoman Empire. A major number of the buried people were of Iberian origin, people of all classes in the Jewish community. The women who were buried there were of different ages, young women and old, married women and widows, mothers and women who died in childbirth. The grief of the mourners, parents, husbands, and sons is evident in almost every one of the headstones. Their pain is expressed in words of praise for their virtues, devotion, contribution to their family and community, etc. Some patterns are repeated over and over. Only a few received original, long and flowery inscriptions accompanied by poem, such as those written in honor of the esteemed women studied by Rozen. However, one cannot disregard the fact that more than 180 epigraphs, a little over 10% of women whose beauty was mentioned, emphasized, some at length, some less so, their beauty in addition to other virtues. Many women were described only as pretty, yafa, or as a gracious woman, eshet chen. Others are described as beautiful, a beauty, or the most beautiful of women, hayafa banashim, or of perfect beauty, klilat yofi. But to most of them, along with mentioning their beauty, were added metaphors and additional images taken from various other worlds. What expressions were used by the eulogizers to describe the women of their families? The most common images of beauty are associated with heavenly bodies, and most of them quote verses and fragments from the Song of Songs and other biblical sources. The expression pretty as the moon, clear as the sun, yafa kalvana baraka chama, appears in most of the inscriptions, either in part or completely. Rozen, in her article about esteemed women, discussed the significance of these images, and I will briefly note that she clarified the influence of the tradition of Ottoman culture on the veneration of celestial objects, especially the moon. The moon was likened to the female entity in various cultures, as well as in the Jewish system of symbols at the time. And we have just heard from Professor Rozen about the impact of the Muslim art and images in the culture of Jewish cemetery. The moon and the sun are frequently mentioned together with the image of the missing light. The light of your presence that shone with me darkened suddenly. How will I live without the light of the moon? A grieving husband mourned his wife Luna, whose name means moon. And another husband, indeed, the sun in the grave came and laid down, and the moon is buried in dust, and both were only yesterday in her beauty and light. But there is a wide range of images from other fields, such as images from the animal world. Most of the animals which appear on many inscriptions symbolize beauty, agility, and lightness. The gazelle and the graceful gazelle, tzviat chen, which is mentioned in the Bible only as a metaphor for the breasts of a loved one in the Song of Songs. It says there, your breasts are like twin forms of a gazelle. Similarly, references to the female deer and the doe are based on a verse from the book of Proverbs. A lovable hind and a graceful doe, let her breast satisfy thee at all times. The image of the innocent dove also appears next to mentions of beauty and is also based on verses from the Song of Songs. And a few women, all of them married, are compared to a beautiful young cow, a heifer, splendidly built. Egla yefeifiya hayta letalpiot. This is based on rare images in the Bible. Can we see the first slide, please? The beauty of quite a number of women is compared to gemstones. Most of them were portrayed by the eulogizers as precious stones inlaid in the vest of the high priest. One beautiful and rare image is that of Ophir gold, Ophir, Zehav Ophir, gold that was imported along with precious stones and natural treasures from the land of Ophir to build Solomon's temple, and is often mentioned in the Bible as an example of pure gold. A married woman and mother is called tasteful gold, zehav tuv ta'am. Other women and girls are beautiful as a precious stone without mentioning the type of stone. This inscription from 1676 of a very young wife, you can find images of a graceful doe, a dove, the sun, and a precious stone. Of 11 women in Haskoi Cemetery, it was said that they were as beautiful as Tirza, Yafa keTirza, and one was described as beautiful and energetic, as lovely as Jerusalem, after another of the Song of Songs verses, which says, Yafat ra'ayati keTirza, Navak Yerushalayim. Tirza was one of the 5 wise daughters of Tzelophrad, and also the name of the capital of the kingdom of Israel until the days of Omri. And Jerusalem is the royal city of Yehuda, but also, according to commentators, a valuable ornament, a kind of crown engraved with the shape of Jerusalem. It is possible that these images imply something distant, expensive, and unachievable. Images of other women who are considered to be beautiful in biblical stories and contemporary sermons are mentioned on quite a few tombstones. Among them, Hannah, Sarah, Abigail, and Esther, as well as Rivka, Rachel, Leah, Pnina, and Michal. Some of them sometimes appear next to each other on the same tombstone. For example, the inscription on the headstone of Esther, a married woman who died at a young age, 6 biblical names are mentioned one after the other. Women's beauty was also described in terms of a plant or flower. Her flower gave forth its fragrance, plus 4 matriarchs appears on one stone. And please, can you show us the next slide? The inscription which you see now mentions the moon and the sun and the light of dawn. And please show us the next one, number 4. On
yes,
this,
I moved it forward.
It's number 4 now?
Yes.
Because I don't see it.
Yes, it's got 4 to 7 stones with 3
a young wife. She is resembled to a lovely, gracious doe, as beautiful as Tirza, a flowering bud, and a pleasant plant. All those images together. The Song of Songs recalls several plants that are found in Eretz Israel, among them lilies, which in Hebrew are mostly called Shoshan or Shoshana. But there are various species of the lily. The Hebrew translation of the names of plants do not necessarily match the English name. There are the lily of the valley, sometimes called Chavatzelet HaSharon, and the rose of the valleys, Shoshanat HaAmakim, and more. It seems that they all relate to the white lily, Shoshan Tzachor, in English, Lilium candidum. Can you please show the next slide? You can see this beautiful white flower is a symbol of purity and virginity, especially in Christian cultures, where it is called also the Madonna lily. It is found in many other cultures and arts as well. Please, you can move to the next one. You can see on a coin from 4th century BC, the Persian period in Eretz Israel, and also on the Israeli New Shekel, the image of the white lily, Shoshan Tzachor. And please, next one. Here, There's a small engraving on the tombstone of Mrs. Grazia from Safed, probably the widow of the famous Rabbi Yosef Mitrani. In the lower left corner, you can see a Shoshan Tzachor, a white lily, over the initials Nucha Edel, Nun Ein.
רותי, 5 דקות זה בעצם פחות, אבל בגלל שחסמו אותי, אז אני לא יכולתי להגיד את 5 דקות בזמן.
אז אני כבר עוד 2 דקות. You can see that it is a very symbolic flower. Why am I telling you all this? Unfortunately, 14 young women from Istanbul who were described as beautiful and were compared to the rose of the valleys, Shoshanat HaAmakim, apparently died by drowning, and their headstone stated that they drowned in deep seas or in deep waters, which sounds very similar in Hebrew, Yamim Amukim, Maim Amukim, Ma'amakim. The phenomenon of young women drowning cannot be coincidental. And the term Rose of the Valleys, Shoshanat HaAmakim, is a sort of clue. First, as I said, the sound of the word valleys in Hebrew, Amakim, resembles the sound of the word depths, Ma'amakim. Deep waters signify something obscure and hidden. Even more so, the rose of the valleys, the white lily, suggests virginity and is mentioned in the blessing of virginity as is recommended by some prominent sages. Please show the next one. It says, no, not this one, Adi. Please, next. Yeah. He who sees the blood of a virgin says, "Blessed art thou, Lord of the universe, who displayed a nut in the Garden of Eden, the rose of the valleys. A foreigner shall not rule in the sealed wellspring." Rozen, it is reasonable to assume that young women, actually girls who were betrothed against their will, chose to drown themselves? This possibility was already raised by Rozen, and these 14 cases support her supposition that this was a rather radical way to escape an unwanted marriage. The relatively high number of drowning cases of young girls is at least thought-provoking. To conclude, at the beginning of my speech, I discussed the difficulties faced by preachers and sages when referring to female beauty. Seemingly, women's beauty should not be considered among their virtues, but only their personal qualities. But in fact, beauty is not disregarded. And indeed, according to the representative sample I've used, 10% of the women who died within that period were described using images of beauty above their other virtues. It is evident that beauty is a top priority in the process of matchmaking, and a major part of the headstones mentioning beauty are of young teens, betrothed women, and brides. I'm skipping part of my...
We have to wrap it up right now. If it's just one sentence, we've got to leave time for discussion.
Okay, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry that I had to interrupt you like this, but other people need to get their time as well. And we move on to Dr. Dotan Arad. Dr. Arad is a senior lecturer in the Department of Jewish History and Contemporary Jewry in Bar Ilan University. He is the head of the Oded and Tony Eliashar Center for the study of Sephardi Jews in the land of Israel. His research focuses on the Jews in Egypt, Syria, and Palestine during the Mamluk and early Ottoman periods. His new book with Dr. Miriam Wagner from Cambridge University, titled Wisdom and Greatness in One Place, the Alexandrian trader Moses ben Judah and his circle. This book will be published soon by Cambridge University Press. His current research, funded by the Ben Tzvi Institute, deals with the Carites in Syria, Palestine, and Egypt during the Ottoman period. The title of this talk today is Between Istanbul and Jerusalem, Connections and Bonds Between Two Carite Centers. Please go ahead, the screen is yours.
Okay, could you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, okay. So I'll try to share the, all right. So you see the presentation now? Yeah, okay. So thank you, Ehud and the organizers, and hello to all the friends and colleagues and all the audience. Okay, I'll start. Why is Jerusalem always two, of above and of below? Asked Yehuda Amichai in his famous poem. I want to live in Jerusalem of the middle. I could not, I'm sorry, I could not find an English translation to the poem, so I put here the Spanish translation. The idea of the double Jerusalem is well known in Jewish literature. The Talmud says that God promised to the Jews, I shall not enter Jerusalem above until I enter Jerusalem below. The gap between the two Jerusalems was a major part in the history and theology of Carite Jews. In the 10th and 11th centuries, the Carite community of Jerusalem knew its golden age. During that time, many Carites settled in the city, and the community was known for its large number of scholars, commentators, linguists, halachists, etc. However, after the Crusader conquest of Jerusalem in 1099 tragically demolished it, the community never regained its days of glory. During the Mamluk and Ottoman periods, it remained very small, in some years amounting to no more than a few, even 2 or 3 families. Towards the end of the Middle Ages, the Carite center of gravity shifted northwards to Istanbul and the Crimean Peninsula, and later to Lithuania and Poland. Although 2 important centers remained in the east, I mean to Cairo and Damascus, most Carites lived at a great geographical remoteness from Jerusalem, many never even being able to visit the city. So Jerusalem became Yerushalayim Shel Ma'ala, heavenly Jerusalem. Zion remained the object of yearning. Thus the Carites in the diaspora clearly felt the tension between the heavenly and earthly Jerusalem. Jerusalem symbolized for them the glorious past of the Carites, and they focused upon the city, their hope for future redemption. But simultaneously, it was a physical city in the present, a place of residence for a poor and weak community. Alongside their passion and longing, they felt obligated to support their brethren in Jerusalem in order to preserve the embrace of the glorious past. So I want to ask, how did the Carites in the diaspora maintain their association and connection with Jerusalem despite not living there? We can answer this question by using various sources, archive documents in Arabic and Turkish, Geniza letters, travelogues, and more. But in accordance to the theme of our gathering, celebrating the new site of data from the Jewish cemeteries in Turkey, I want to focus today of a particular genre, tombstones of the Carite cemetery in Istanbul. A permanent connection between Istanbul and other centers and Jerusalem was made by correspondence, as well as visits. Emissaries from Jerusalem arrived in the Carite centers to raise money for the poor community. While Carites from abroad arrived from time to time to Jerusalem for family visits and pilgrimage, documents related to the Carites emissaries published by some scholars, mainly by Jacob Mann in a huge volume of text and studies, but interesting data was preserved also on tombstones. a gravestone from the 18th century tells us that the late Joseph, son of Elijah, was a Jerusalem resident who came here in his youth to see his communities. During his stay in the Ottoman capital, a plague broke out and he died and was buried in the city. In addition to special fundraising made by emissaries, regular donations were collected in the synagogue throughout the year. Another tombstone, this one of Moshe, son Moses ben Joseph, who died in 1782, mentioned that Moses נודע במשפחתו בצדקותיו בין השארית עם ירושלים. He was known among his family by his charity with the remnant, the people of Jerusalem. The little community of Jerusalem is named here with the biblical term she'erit, referring to the prophecy of Isaiah, כי מירושלים תצא שארית. We cannot know which acts of charity were made by Moses. Was he a rich man who donated generous donations for Jerusalem? Was he a local collector who brought with him local donations to the holy city while pilgrimage? All we can determine is that supporting Jerusalem was considered an important value among the Carites of Istanbul, important enough to perpetuate this generosity over the tombstone. Pilgrimage was yet another way to keep, just a second. Okay, pilgrimage was yet another way to keep contact and preserve memory. Making a pilgrimage reflects, among both Carites and Rabbanites, a religious piety. In some cases, it was performed due to a personal vow. In other cases, the motivation for the pilgrimage is not mentioned explicitly. Whereas for communities in geographic proximity of Jerusalem, I mean, Cairo and Damascus, pilgrimage was rather common. For distant communities, such as the Carites of Istanbul and Crimea, pilgrimage was relatively rare. And for more distant communities, such the communities in Lithuania and Poland, Galicia, it was a very rare phenomenon that only few succeeded to carry out. in Istanbul and the Crimea, pilgrimage was considered challenging enough until people felt it was remarkable fact. Therefore, it is not. It is of no great surprise to find mentions of pilgrimage above the tombstones. Unlike the Rabbinite counterparts who visited the graves of rabbinic sages, such as the various graves in the Galilee, Kivrei Tzadikim, the Carites visited solely the tombs of biblical figures, mainly in Jerusalem and its surroundings, such as the tomb of Shmuel, Samuel in Nebi Samuel, Kever Rachel near Bethlehem, and the tombs of the Patriarchs in Hebron. Eliyahu Sinani, here in this slide, for example, praised in his epitaph not only for his pilgrimage to Jerusalem, but also for his visit to Hebron. There was no active Carite community in Hebron in the Ottoman period, but the old cemetery from the Mamluk or even earlier period remained probably in use even in the last century. Mention of the pilgrimage travel of the Turkish Carites appeared on many tombstones. Here is a very nice example. David, son of Moshe Firuz, who did it several times. He was 90 while, I'm quoting, he was 90 while leaving our world. 3 times he went on pilgrimage to Zion, our holy city. This one here is a rather sad example. While that old man I mentioned in the before did it 3 times, this young man arrived only once to Jerusalem. Immanuel Yefet, who was born in 1844 in Geslev, nowadays Yevpatoria, in the Crimean Peninsula, and later settled in Istanbul with his family. In the age of 14, as we learn from the Tombstone, he made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem to celebrate Passover with his father. 10 years later, when he was only 24, he died and left behind a young pregnant widow. Pay attention, please, to an adjective joined to his name, Yerushalmi. And you see the name, Yefet Yerushalmi. The adjective Yerushalmi doesn't mean a resident of Jerusalem, because we know that he lived in Istanbul. Rather, it is kind of an honorific title given to him to mark his pilgrimage. The custom to add the title Yerushalmi or Qudsi in Arabic, pilgrims, is equivalent exactly to the Muslim practice of giving the title Hajj for those who fulfill the commandment to make pilgrimage to Mecca. Carrying the title Yerushalmi demand a high level of morality and ethical conduct from those honored with it. I'll give you one example. The famous pilgrim Benjamin Ben Elijah writes in 1785 that a pilgrim must walk uprightly so that people will not scorn him because he carries the name of Jerusalem upon him, because people called him Yerushalmi and cannot walk on unworthy pathways. Despite the fact that some scholars maintain that this designation was only given to men, the honorific title Yerushalmi, I have found it applied also to women as well. Here, some example. For example, among the members of the community of Yevpatoria who supported financially the first printing of Aderet Eliyahu, the famous halachic book of Eliyahu Bashiachchi, we find 2 women who were honored Yerushalmit. Checking the database of the gravestones from the Carites cemeteries in Istanbul leads us to similar findings. Both men and women were entitled Jerusalemite after making a pilgrimage. Of course, in some cases, a couple, both husband and a wife, carried this title after a family travel to Jerusalem. As you can see in this case, Sarah, Yerushalmit, and her husband, Joseph, who entitled both Jerusalemite. Let me share a touching example of an old woman who died in the age of 93 and gained the honorific title Yerushalmit. In the database, her name was transcribed as Penodia, though I suggested to read it Panorea, a Greek female name that means most beautiful. Panorea, I'll translate, Panorea, that was named the Jerusalemite who called and also traveled to Shalem. Shalem is, as you know, a biblical name of Jerusalem, the footstool mountain of God, in her ageness, to stand on the threshold of the house of God and beg with her broken spirit. It seems that Panorea wanted to spend the rest of her life in Jerusalem, but due to unknown reason, she came back to Istanbul, where she was buried. However, other widows from the Carite diaspora emigrated indeed to Jerusalem to live there in their last years. And we have many proof for that, but just few examples. Shmuel ben David, a Carite pilgrimage, again from the Crimea, who arrived in Jerusalem in 1631, mentioned explicitly 8 elderly widows he found in the city. Those widows took a central part in the social and religious life of the Carite small community of Jerusalem. Another Crimean traveler, Moshe ben Eliyahu, who arrived in the city 13 years later, told us he saw in Jerusalem 2 women, widows, continually in prayer and intimately familiar with everything to do with the prayers, and always found in prayer when the synagogue was open. The widows, Carites and Rabbinites alike, were an unseparated element in the social life of the Jerusalemite Jewish community in Mamluk and Ottoman periods, a fact that was mentioned by some scholars and recently described by Eyal Davidson in details. These patterns was, we can look at it as a win-win situation, because the widows could enjoy the sanctitude of the living in the holy city in their old age in comfortable conditions, because those widows were exempted from paying the jizya tax and other taxes, whereas the community could enjoy the benefits of inheritance. Widows left their property to the community.
דותן, 5 דקות בבקשה.
Okay.
תודה.
Imagination of elderly widows, especially rich ones, was an important source of income to both Carite and Rabbinite communities. One can get the impression from our discussion that for the Carites in the diaspora, Jerusalem was a goal of their donations, a destination for pilgrimage, and a place to die in it in the last days, but not a successful destination for that can attract one to immigrate and for immigrants. However, this is not the whole picture. Indeed, the conditions in Jerusalem were tough. First of all, the economic situation among the Carites, the situation was very bad because they had huge debts to Muslim and Rabbinite debtors. But in addition, religious restrictions, such as the prohibition according to the Carite halacha, to eat meat in the walls of Jerusalem, made life very challenging. Nevertheless, from time to time, there was a thin stream of immigrants in 1784 and 48. A group of 27 Carites arrived from Damascus to Jerusalem. But the documents, as well as the gravestones, indicate a certain movement also between Istanbul and Jerusalem, the two centers. Here, for example, the tombstone of Gulush Sinani, who died in Istanbul in 1870. And it mentioned that Me'ira Kodeshi, she is from the holy city. We don't know the reason for her immigration. Was it because of economic situation, pressure? Was it under happier circumstances like wedding, for example? Another gravestone, another tombstone from 1755 is more generous in details. The man here did not make a short pilgrimage, but was a completely immigrant. And this man who had chosen Jerusalem, and you probably noticed the biblical reference, and pitched his tent there for many days. And but what did he do in Jerusalem? He fell in love with the girl he took as a daughter. Here, daughter, of course, means a wife. So God brought her to the man, and in the mountain of holiness, Jerusalem. And again, some of you probably noticed the biblical pans from Esther and Genesis. So this Jacob settled in Jerusalem, married a Carite woman, and probably local one, and lived there for a long period. We still have to complete some details from our imagination. For example, what led him to eventually leave Jerusalem and come back to Istanbul. But at least we can be sure in one detail. Gravestones and Tombstones are a wonderful gate for exciting stories and a lot of desire and imagination. I hope that I sparked your curiosity and convinced you how rich and colorful cemetery could be. And I can only encourage you to jump deeply to this, onto this database and start looking for new treasures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. and for a fascinating talk. And let's move to the next one. Our last speaker on this panel would be Professor Carsten Wilke. Professor Wilke serves in the Department of History and Medieval Studies at Central European University in Vienna. He was trained in Jewish studies at the University of Cologne, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and the École Pratique in Paris. In his books and articles, Wilke has researched intercultural aspects of Jewish religious history across a wide time frame, with special focus on the early modern Sephardic diaspora, Iberian crypto-Judaism, and rabbinic reform movements in the 19th century. He published 5 monographs, so we can only mention 3 here. Among them, the Marrakesh Dialogues, a gospel critique and Jewish apology from the Spanish Renaissance, and Farewell to Shulamit, Spatial and Social Diversity in the Song of Songs. A 3rd edition of his Histoire des Juifs Portugais will appear this year. The title of his talk today, Hebrew Epitaphs from Byzantine and Early Ottoman Constantinople in Biagio Ugolino's Anthology of 1767. Screen is all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Toledano, for this introduction, and I thank the organizers for their kind invitation. I will try to share my screen. Is this visible?
Yes, it is.
So it's 16 years ago that I have become involved in the documentation of early modern cemeteries with a database Epidat in Germany that was launched then, and that now boasts records on more than 43,000 stones. Jointly with Marcin Wocinski and Wrocław, I'm now planning a new database on Central European cemeteries. So we are all working together, as it were, on the same endeavor. And I'm delighted to congratulate Minna Rozen and her team for the completion of the database A World Beyond, with its more than 61,000 entries, being now the major Hebrew epigraphic achievement. When Adi Moskowitz kindly invited me to join this conference, I was so excited that I mistyped the name of my paper's major protagonist, Biagio Ugolini, and not Ugolino, as it is in my title and in the Latin ablative here, is the productive Venetian Hebraist who published no less than 34 Latin folio volumes on Jewish antiquities in the 18th century. One of them, published in 1767, including an anthology of Jewish tombstones from all over Europe, and a collection of 13 Epitaphia Byzantina, Byzantine epitaphs. We will see what this means in the original Hebrew with a Latin translation. So his 18th century endeavor, undertaken with the pre-industrial devices of correspondence and printing, is surprisingly close to our common, now digitized activity of collecting, translating, describing, researching Hebrew funerary inscriptions. So what info can 13 inscriptions edited by Ugolini add to the other 61,000 that we have now online, I say that they may claim a triple interest. First, their age, while the epigraphic material from Turkey that was surveyed and documented by Minna Rozen covers the 4 centuries since 1583, 11 of Ugolini's 13 inscriptions appear to be 1 or 2 centuries older than anything in the database. And these epitaphs invite us to explore the Byzantine and early Ottoman precedents of the inscription material that is conserved today. Second, the quality of the inscriptions is intriguing. They contain elaborated poetic speech at a time in the Middle Ages in which the epigraphic medium is normally limited to prose or at best rhymed prose. And third, one must wonder how Ugolini's publication has been elaborated between Venice and Istanbul in the 18th century, at a time when pre-modern social barriers limited the cooperation between Jews and non-Jews. On the history and sources of Ugolini's epigraphic endeavor, we have an insightful 2016 article by Michela Andreatta. This author shows that Ugolini compiled his epitaphs from earlier corpora brought together by Christian Hebraists. But his Judeo-Byzantine anthology, in this place, Ugolini went beyond mere compiling, as Michela Andreatta noticed. To the materials taken from Wolf, his predecessor, he added a new section entitled Epitaphia Byzantina, collecting 13 epitaphs dating back to the 15th or 16th centuries, which seem to have been transcribed from a Jewish cemetery in southeastern Europe. And she then goes on in the footnote, I have not been able to identify Ugolini's source. On the basis of his introductory remarks, the inscriptions were transcribed in 1761. Ugolini possibly obtained the material in manuscript and then supplied it with a Latin translation for insertion into the Thesaurus, his multi-volume opus. We can try to be more precise. At that time in the 18th century, the words Byzantium and Byzantine did not yet refer to an age or to an empire in southeastern Europe, but to the city of Constantinople, where the epitaphs must be located. Chronologically, the 13 inscriptions are given dates in a span between 1352 to 1615, but the person who copied them regularly left out the indications of the name, the death date, and the final blessing at the end of the epitaph. He has, however, transmitted the name and the Anno Mundi year in the title of each epitaph. There is no conversion to Gregorian dates, but we find an exceptional feature, namely a count of the years that have elapsed from the date of the tombstone to that of the collection, which in all cases turns out to be 1761. If we now convert these dates, we can establish the following chronology of the 13 epitaphs. 6 of these epitaphs are dated from the last century of Byzantine Genoese rule over Constantinople. 5 of the remaining inscriptions date from the early Ottoman rule, 1485 till 1513, before the inauguration of the Jewish cemetery northwest of Haskell, of which we have spoken here, which exists to this day. 2 inscriptions only, respectively dated from 1585 and 1615, run parallel with inscriptions from Haskell and hence with the database, and there are no items at all in the anthology that are dated from the 146 years between 1615 and the apparent collection. Reaching back to the 15th and early 14th century even, Ugolini's inscriptions can be expected to offer unique insights into literary history. The refined, elusive style of the Epitaphia Byzantina that Ugolini's anthology retrieved from the 14th to 16th century presents a very rare case in that period. To be sure, inscriptions with metric rhymes were occasionally appear in medieval Spain, though fully fledged poetry appears rather sporadically among much rhymed prose. And as David Malkiel has shown in his study on Padua, only in the 1560s is there a shift from rhymed prose to metric verse in the cemeteries of northern Italy. The appearance of such poetic genres on the tombstones of Constantinople in the mid-15th century thus appears remarkably premature, and its appearance may have to do with the important Romagnole poetic tradition of the Eastern Roman Empire in the Middle Ages, we might speculate. For the contextualization of this remarkable source, we now need to ask where in Constantinople the collector of 1761 may have found a corpus of epitaphs that were preserved from pre-Ottoman times. It begs also explanation that no epitaphs from the most recent years were included in the anthology. I will successively formulate and discuss three possible hypotheses. Firstly, the collector may have drawn his Byzantine information from an early 17th century secondary source, hence the absence of the more recent material. Secondly, the Jewish correspondent could then, or still in 1761, find an ancient cemetery that was full at the time and no more in use. Or thirdly, the dating of the anthology may contain errors or deliberate mystification. My first hypothesis is attentive to the compilation character of Ugolini's epigraphic anthology. He reprints many inscriptions that had already been the object of earlier scholarship, and it may well be that the Epitaphia Byzantina likewise correspond to a copy that was written a short time after the latest item in the anthology, that is in the early 17th century. And of course, Jakob Roman, of whom we have heard from Minna Rozen, is the most likely suspect here. My second hypothesis, which does not necessarily contradict the first one, draws attention to the history of the Jewish cemeteries of Constantinople. The big cemetery of Hasköy, which exists until this day as Turkey's most ancient Jewish graveyard, was opened in 1582 by order of Sultan Selim II, as we have heard. The Jewish community had petitioned the Sultan because its old cemetery had become enclosed by residential neighborhoods and could no more be expanded. We do not know when exactly this ancient cemetery was overbuilt, but we can reconstruct its approximate location north of the Golden Horn in the open space west of Hera. As we see here in the 1492 woodcut from the Nuremberg Chronicle, there's still an open space there, and a Jewish cemetery plot indeed, belonging to the village of Pikrilion or Qasim Pasha, right west of the former Genoese and later Ottoman arsenal, appears on the city plan of Giovanni Andrea Vavasore around 1520, and again in the atlas of Franz Hohenberg in 1572. The Marian view of Constantinople in 1635 still shows the arsenal surrounded by two cemeteries, of which the western one may have been still the Jewish one. So the Jewish cemetery moved from, the burial site moved from Qasim Pasha to Hasköy, but it is conceivable that some of these sepulture de Judei on the old cemetery site in Qasim Pasha still remained there in 1761, and that these tombs carry the 13 inscriptions of Ugolini's anthology. Let me now come to the third hypothesis. Can we really rely on the dates that the hypothetic Jewish collector has added to the epitaphs? His manipulation of the epigraphic data indeed raises some suspicion, as I mentioned. He only summarizes the names and the dates, and he gives a very fragmentary information. Only the titles of the two most recent inscriptions contain full names, Abraham ibn Bilyesid and Shabbatai Leon. Numbers 1 and 5, dated 1513 and 1443 respectively, commemorate members of the Abravanel family, but without first names. And conversely, the 4 women's epitaphs included in the anthology only give the first names, but without family names. Our sample, which mentions 2 times women with the name of Sultana, fits the enormous popularity of this female name among the Jews of Istanbul. The Haskell database contains epitaphs of more than 400 sultanas. But were Jewish women really called Sultana in 1422? And were there Abravanels in Constantinople in 1443? So we should compare Ugolini's epitaphs and not with medieval material in the first place, but with inscriptions from Haskell, and take a closer look at the structure and language. The epitaphs are a combination of verse and prose, as this is common in Sephardic tradition. A good example is number 2 for Abraham ibn Bilyasid. First comes a poem of 4 distichs, then 3 lines of rhymed prose, and then presumably a missing line with a date. So the poem has 8 lines, and we can identify the same metric poem, the first 2 lines, in an epitaph from Haskell from 1655, 70 years later, on the tombstone of Abraham Finzi. Only the subsequent the prose eulogy differs. So the poems both seem to belong to the common phraseological heritage of that cemetery, and its equal size seems to be linked to the material constraints and the morphology of part of the tombstones. So as you have heard, many of the early modern epitaphs on Haskell Cemetery imitate Ottoman coffins. So they fit into this coffin-shaped cylindrical stone form in a heptangular form that presents 4 inscribable surfaces facing up, making up nicely into 8 lines, if 2 lines fit on each surface. And one specific strophic form that is adapted to this tombstone shape is shared by the inscriptions from Haskell and the Ugolini anthology, and this is the couplet composed of a rhyming tercet and a terminal monorhyme. For example, in number 6, we have 4 couplets, each one ending with a rhyme, Shlomo, which is the name of the deceased. Oye ki letzirim ulevechli tamurim ne'efchu ashirim asher leShlomo. Lo zacha levanim v'chol yemav yigonim haya lechem onim kol lechem Shlomo, etc., etc., etc. So the end of the couplet is always the name of the deceased, Shlomo. Weinberger attests this couplet form in the Middle Ages, both in Sephardic and Roman-Yod poetry, yet it became famous as a funerary elegy in the late 16th century, and many examples from Venice are attested in the famous collection by Abraham Berliner. In 2 of the Ugolini epitaphs, the final monorhyme of the couplets, as you see it here, is the name of the deceased. Number 11 is Aaron, and number 6, as I mentioned already, Shlomo, 2 of them dated from 1434 and 1441. And now this pattern is frequent in Haskell in the 17th century, and it allowed to line up all the names of the deceased at the end of the coffin, as it is the case with Moshe here. While we have a number of structural parallels between the Ugolini anthology and Haskell, I will now point to cases of textual overlap. Such a case is Ugolini's number 1, honoring a certain Rabbi Abravanel, who died in 1513. Here we have the same structure. One half is a poem, the other half is a personalized eulogy in rhymed prose, בכל רעש בכה דמעות הזלו עליו במרה. And the first lines have a Sephardic quantitative meter. And the metric part can also be read on a Haskell tomb slab of 1712 for David Ibn Bilyas. So either this formula existed in 1513 in another cemetery and was retaken in 1712, or the Abravanel inscription from Ugolini is in fact of 1713 and imitated the other one of 1712. And the collector made it 2 centuries older than it actually was. Another example, a 4-line elegy of a similar style, can be found as number 8 in Ugolini's anthology. It was written for a young woman.
Excuse me, just 5 minutes.
All right. Number 8 in Ugolini's anthology was written for a young woman called Sultana, as I said, allegedly dated from 1422. The same poem, the very same poem, appears 8 times on Haskell epitaphs, mainly from the 1720s and the 1740s, so not the 1420s. It seems very likely that the Sultana of the Ugolini epitaph did not end her life in Kuf Pei Beit, or 1422, as Ugolini indicates, but rather in Taf Pei Beit, that is 1722. In Ugolini's number 9, another Sultana is commemorated with an epitaph dated from 1485, which has close parallels on a rectangular coffin-shaped stone of one Clara from 1727 in Haskell, a quarter millennium later. We find in both cases a very refined pun on a biblical quote from Kings, turning Kyria, in this case, into Kyria, and making a kina, a lamentation, out of the biblical quote. And this apparently, as I could find from Google and other devices, is done for the first time in the introduction of the Pardes Rimonim of the Kabbalist Moses Cordovero in the 16th century. So it is difficult to attribute this pun to 1485. The epitaph poem in honor of Sabbatai Bisodo, dated 1393 by Ugolini, develops a lavish astral metaphoric complex in allusion to his name, Shabtai, which is brought in conjunction with the planets Venus and Jupiter, a semantic level that the Latin translation has not rendered. Shabtai is Saturn in Hebrew. And there is one Shabtai Ashkenazi in Haskell, buried in 1690, whose epitaph develops similar allusions to the planets Saturn, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. So Shabtai Bisodo in Ugolini might have died in 1693 and not in 1393. So I conclude that when I accepted your kind invitation to speak at this symposium, I was convinced of the Qasim Pasha hypothesis. But now I have come to change my mind. It seems to me that the epitaphs are all from the destroyed sections of the Haskell cemetery and were given fake dates by the Jewish insider, who was perhaps asked to collect only ancient material or was even paid in proportion with the age of the texts that he harvested. The missionary of the Capuchin order, Michel Fèvre, wrote in 1682 in a quite anti-Jewish tone that the Jews of Istanbul lived of some shady business dealings. One of their most ordinary professions was, I quote, to buy old things, repair them, and sell them as if they were new. In our case, the Jew of Constantinople must have done exactly the opposite, copying new inscriptions in Haskell and selling them as ancient ones by misreading one digit in their dates. We should not be too harsh in our moral judgment, because after the terrible fire of 1756, one could not be picky in the means of gaining one's livelihood in Jewish Constantinople. So I'm afraid that I cannot keep the promise expressed in my title of presenting you Byzantine and early Ottoman inscriptions. Ugolini cannot help us reach beyond 1583, the year that marks the start of Professor Rozen's wonderful database. But this disappointing outcome of my research can help us appreciate the marvelous harvest that she has put before us. And it also shows how the Husker inscriptions alimented a singular international scholarly cooperation already in the 18th century. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We listened to 3 stimulating and highly insightful talks, and we are grateful to the speakers. And now we'll proceed this way. A few questions have been sent through a chat. So we'll use them first, but then, I have the gallery here. And if anybody wants to actually talk to us and ask the question, we can unmute him or her and proceed this way. We have about 20 minutes at least for such interventions. So by all means, feel free to say whatever you want to say. Thank you.
The first question through the chat from Chaim Beracha. Are there any documents specifying the location of the Qasim Pasha Cemetery? And shortly thereafter, he added as well, any clue about the Iyap Egrekapi Cemetery, the older one?
Okay, so whoever wants to take this up can go ahead. Who feels it's most relevant? I think that Professor Wilke, you were the one who mentioned Qasim Pasha. So maybe you want to say something?
All right, I have delivered all my material that I found about this cemetery.
Okay.
I have not looked into Ottoman sources, of course, but only on into those sources, mainly visual sources, that were accessible to me, and I would be curious to know more.
Anybody else? Minna maybe can say
yes,
something.
I can say a few things. One is concerning the Qasim Pasha Cemetery. We don't have any documentation about it. About the Egrekapi, I don't know about documentation, but Mr. Beracha should consult the chief rabbi of Turkey, Rabbi Haleva, who was involved in carrying the remains of tombstones from the Egrekapi cemetery to the new cemetery in Ulus where they can be found. So he knows where it was exactly. And if you delve in, if Mr. Bracha will delve into the website, I tried to show where it used to be, the Egrekapi cemetery. So this is one thing. The Qasim Pasha, you can only guess, and Professor Wilke has shown the whereabouts of the cemetery near the Terzhane at Qasim Pasha. This is all I can say. I am not sure that even an investigation in the Ottoman archives will help us, because most of the documentation which is connected with the Jewish community at that period was plowed into, investigated, and published. So this is all I can contribute to this discussion.
Thank you. That's been a lot. The next question from the chat room.
Sure. I saw that Mr. Bracha raised his hands. I think he wanted to clarify something, so I unmuted him.
Then go ahead, unmute him.
Hello, everybody. It's great to watch this efforts, and I'm very happy to see you all. The specifics, I think, about Evrikapa Synagogue. I'm from Istanbul. I'm an architect. I'm also working and searching about these territories. And I was wondering if any documents about Evrikapa, because we know where the location of the Evrikapa cemetery is, and we know there are two periods of that cemetery. The first period is totally gone now. The second period is, we can specify exactly whereabouts, but we are not sure about the first period, which I believe is going to the times of the Byzantine time. So due to documentational research of Karlstein and you all other, I was wondering if there is any definition, a written definition about the size, the whereabouts, and their neighborhoods and such on. Because from the maps we could locate the Evrikapa, which is the border of the old city cemetery, and the one in Kasımpaşa, we had some clues about finding whereabouts, and there are a couple of rumors. If there is any written text to Karlstein, I think I should ask this question, defining its neighboring buildings or neighboring territories, it might help us to find the exact location of the Kasımpaşa.
Okay, thank you.
I haven't looked.
We need to move ahead. Thank you. Yes. So anybody who wants to respond or comment or? Okay, so next question.
Okay, we also received a question from Kevin Martin, excuse me, as there were books of beautiful blank ktubot, why could there not have been books of inscriptions?
I suppose that there were probably such books, but they were probably kept by the people who wrote them, and you would buy them.
Okay, any of the speakers can simply unmute or signal and come in and respond. Okay, Professor Wilke.
Yes, since I'm working on Hebrew epigraphy, I'm looking for these books, but I haven't yet found them, unfortunately. And I'm not sure whether they existed, because we have very detailed local traditions. And as I've tried to show, there are local traditions at the Haskell Cemetery that one finds nowhere else. That's also the very helpful side of the database, that one can see that certain formulas do not travel from one cemetery to the other, as they would if there was something written or printed, but they stay on the same site. Someone sees an inscription next to one's own dear ones and wants to have the same inscription on the grave of those who die later on.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wants to comment on this issue, on this question raised by Chaim Bracha? Anybody? Okay, then we can move to the next one, please.
Next question is from Mac User. Is there any possibility that a Jewish cemetery that actually shows tombs from around 1820 onward might have other tombs beneath due to a probable coverage of previous ones by sea sands?
Okay,
Yes.
who wants to respond? Minna?
Yes, of course, it is feasible that there are underneath older layers. This is what we see, at least in Haskell.
Botan, did you want to say something?
In Safed also.
You're unmuted.
Also in Safed.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else wants to come in on this? Okay, the next one.
Those for now are all that have been sent by the chat.
Okay, great. So now we're looking at the gallery. If anybody wants to ask a question, please signal to us and we'll unmute you and let you in. Right now, first screen, nothing.
For those that aren't using video, you can also use the little hand symbol
Right.
to indicate that you'd like to ask a question.
Exactly. I see Mr. Martin. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Call me Kevin, please, Mr. Martin. I'm not that old. No, I was curious, an incredible database. And I love databases, but I also hate them because the database assumes you know what you're looking for. Is there any way of actually scanning the information on each cemetery? You never know what might hit you.
I don't hear him well.
Oh, sorry. Is there anything stopping me from scanning the cemetery database to see what names there are there? Maybe something will strike me and I think, wow, I need to know more. Because just to see a lot of columns to be filled in with names, dates.
I don't understand your question. There are so
Perhaps we can
many.
translate it.
There are so many possibilities to investigate.
No, I mean, I think the question is, I think he may not realize that you've already scanned everything in.
Yeah.
No,
That's
when
it.
I mean scan, hold on. When I mean scan, I don't mean using a camera. I mean I scan. I look at a list of names.
Of course.
And-
You have to delve into the software in order to see it.
And download it. You can download it.
Right, fine then. Thank you for the answer. Because here in, we have databases for synagogues here. Unless you know what you're looking for, there's no way of finding.
Sure.
Okay,
Understood.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else signal to us by hand or by whatever? First screen, nothing. Second screen, nothing. Third screen, nothing. So does this mean that nobody has anything to ask or add or say anymore? Okay, in that case, let me close this session by thanking everybody who participated, the panelists and those who actually attended. Not easy to do that via Zoom for such a long time. So thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow. The colloquium is going on, and thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank everybody. At the end, Sarah, thank you.
Thank you, all of you who attended and who had the patience to listen and to comment and to absorb. And I'm looking forward to your investigation of the website.
Sure.
Thank you, Ehud.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And I am sorry that Dror did not attend because he had a very beautiful presentation.
That's true.
That I was looking forward to hear.
Yeah, it will be published, so not to worry.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Good evening.
ברוכים הבאים, welcome all. I'm very happy and proud to open this session in our symposium, launch event of the world behind Jewish cemeteries in Turkey. The third session is about digital humanities in Jewish studies. And we have actually two lectures. In the first lecture, we have two speakers, and we'll get all lectures in one after another, and then we try to get as much questions as you can give us within half an hour. But when we are talking about digital humanities, it's since the field is constantly growing and changing, I hope that everyone will make some remarks about the way he or she sees this field. And during the questions, I hope that the question about this new area, the question will be about this topic and this media, and not only about the topics that you are going to talk about it. The first lecture is from Professor Johannes Heil and Dr. Imen Ben Temlist. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Professor Johannes is well-known professor in Germany. He got his PhD in medieval history from the University of Frankfurt, and he was more than 10 years director of the Hochschule in Heidelberg, and he was also in the US, in Wisconsin, research fellow in Paris, and in several places, and now is in Munich, as I can see.
Simcha, you've muted yourself. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay, and we are all waiting to get this work of his enormous job of what he has done today at this time, and he will be the first. You will be the first to talk, or you, or I? Yes, Professor Johannes. Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
The talk of the first part or the first issue is about half an hour. We have 30 minutes for both of you. Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's fine. זה כל בסדר, מצוין. שלום לכולם וטוב להיות איתכם. It's very nice to be with you all and with friends and colleagues throughout the world, as I've seen yesterday. And I want to make only a brief introductory remark before my colleague, Dr. Ben-Temelis, who was my doctoral student and achieved her PhD on Jews in Tunisia under Vichy and German occupation, and is now the research coordinator of our digital humanities project. Simply tell you that we tried to put what the elders have left us, Rav Markus Brunn from Breslau and Rav Henri Gross or Heinrich Gross. He was a rabbi in Augsburg in the 19th century, early 20th century, when they started the Gallia Judaica, Germania Judaica, the printed books, which you probably know all, and which came up until the 16th century and now are in a state of not further development currently. We had the idea to put those articles on Jewish places in Europe onto a new digital basis and secure it for the future, that people can, with new research results, always contribute to our knowledge of Jews, Jewish places, Jewish communities, and so on. And I'm glad that Iman will show you what we have achieved in our pilot project until now, and currently we are under review for a 12 years project, a long-term project by the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft. Iman, please, the floor or the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the invitation and for such an amazing conference. We would like today to present you our project, the new Gallia Germania Judaica, which has been conducted at the Center for Jewish Studies in Heidelberg from 2017 to 2021. So I would like to present its goals, its objective, and give you, of course, at the end, a look in the work behind the scenes or backstage, our work. So the new Gallia Germania Judaica, as Johannes mentioned, is part of the tradition of Gallia and Germania Judaica, the two reference works at the international level. I think it's familiar maybe for you, or you already heard about the two books in French and German, which are still benchmarked today. We are not starting a new edition in a print collection, but while respecting the initial intentions of the founders of the project, to use the digital tools available to us today, because the online articles will also allow us to move from a global and transversal research to specific questions. Thus, the contribution go much further than simple information on places and landscapes. In this way, they will be able to answer questions relating family relations, migration, social and economic networks, as well as the transmission of knowledge and other questions that go well beyond research in Jewish history. More than 100 years of their after their first publication, it seemed appropriate to us to relaunch this project steeped in history in common with the new Gallia Judaica within in cooperative project in order to give the work carried out on both sides of the Rhine a new impetus. The idea of the new Gallia Germania Judaica, or NGGJ in German abbreviation, is to remove on the formal level as well as the content the national borders. So now, as I mentioned, the project offers an online encyclopedia of all cities, places, and regions of Jewish prisons, primarily in southwest Germany and eastern France, from the beginning to 1300, which can be used both for local orientation and for interdisciplinary questions, a European digital cooperative project. This online encyclopedia contains articles of places relevant for the Jewish history in Ashkenaz for this period. The NGGJ offers a new and innovative approach. It's conceived as a digitally safe, interactively applied, and steadily maintained web platform with free and open access to all users. The platform should enable optimum accessibility and foster the awareness that Judaism is elemental in the inherent makeup of Europe, both historically and currently. Now I'll go to, as you can see on the map, maybe with my cursor you can see it. The geographical focus 2017 to 2021 of the pilot project is the central regions of Ashkenaz. You can see here the upper and middle Rhine. It's the federal states Baden-Württemberg, Hesse, and Rhineland-Palatinate, I think, Palatinate in English, to Champagne, also to the region of Champagne in France. If you want, or maybe I'll start with the date. The NGGJ, or New Gallia Germania Judaica, went online on 25th of January in 2018. So if you want to get to the page, you have to type www.nggj.eu Europe, and you get to this page. And as you see here, you have the choice between 3 languages: English, Deutsch, French, and French. So I can now. Okay, to the next slide now. Our sponsors in this project are the State Ministry of Baden-Württemberg for Science, Research and Arts, the Klaus Teixeira Foundation in Heidelberg. Klaus Teixeira was one of the founders of the software concern SAP, and the Central Council of Jews in Germany, Zentralrat der Juden in Deutschland. Genau. Our team is, we are four colleagues, Professor Dr. Johannes Heil, or Johannes Heil, today present, is a project leader. I'm a researcher and coordinator of the project. Melissa Bronner is the studio research assistant and works in the editorial. Marco Müller is our software developer. In France, our partner is Professor Dr. Claire Sussen. She's professor in Boulogne-sur-Mer and director of the Nouvelle Gallia Judaica in Paris. I think, okay. The goals of our project are to bring local entries of spaces and regions up to date throughout the application and today's technical means, to create a virtual and academically grounded forum which is designed to reflect sustainability and self-preservation, and which installs a European-wide communication structure. To accomplish an adaptable vehicle for awareness of individual locations and regions pertaining to their manifold Jewish histories. To make Jewish history easily accessible, to raise awareness for the minority history being an integral part of general history, and to provide data on minority history, migration, families, communal organization, and culture. We are happy to announce today that we have about 120 registered authors. We already published 81 articles of different places, and we have 48 other articles in review now. So we're so happy that we achieved all that, and I hope we can do much more. Okay, one thing, articles who already been published can be rewritten or supplemented. So it's maybe it's to make it's the same principle like Wikipedia. So articles and this ensures the continuity of the encyclopedia. Okay, now the NGGJ is also a social tool. We would like throughout this project invite researchers, teachers, and local associations to contribute to the platform, to provide tools for researchers, teachers, local association, just for everyone interested in the full history of his or her place, and to support international junior researchers. For example, we have partners in many institutions in Germany, and as well as partners in France, like Professor Claire Sussen in Paris, Professor Claude Donjon in Perpignan. We're working with them, and we already had a lot of cooperations and workshops and summer schools. So it was really good. We could have how to say it in English, to know other researchers and to know their projects, and it was really amazing and very interesting to see to meet them. Okay. Okay. And the objective of the NGGJ, as I mentioned, is to create a European Union of knowledge about Jewish European history as an integral part of general history, and instead of a Gallia or Germania Judaica about Judaica in Europe. Okay. Now I can do it. Okay. So it's like this. On the map, on the left side, you see our geographical focus in the present project, and on the right side you see what we would like to cover the whole Europe. On the topic of local and regional Jewish history, the long-term project or the future project, Judaica in Europe, brings together in close cooperation researchers from Jewish studies in Heidelberg, digital history in Berlin, and research software engineering in Münster, in order to develop new and future-oriented potentials for the disciplines involved. The knowledge of Jewish component for local historical self-images as well as for European history as whole is essential. Printed encyclopedias, as we mentioned, of European Jewish history, such as the Germania Judaica, are however aging. The current or the future project Judaica in Europe fills this gap for academia, research, and the public for the German-speaking world systematically, and from a European perspective, it provides impetus. It covered the European Jewish history of a period spanning the High Middle Ages and combines it with the possibilities of digital history in a modern digital research environment and software development based on sustainability, which is developed based on sustainable forward-looking research software engineering. The digital history in Berlin and research software engineering in Münster, for their part, are benefiting from the cooperation with the field of Jewish studies in Heidelberg, which is broadly grounded in cultural studies, to review to further develop their methods and technologies. The approach of digitally processing Jewish local history, which was tested during the pilot phase, has proven to be very productive and will be adopted in an adapted form for Judaica in Europe, also for the future project. Okay, now I would like to speak about the goals of the future project. The successive expansion of the digital encyclopedia for their entire German-speaking territories, including Switzerland and Austria, the establishment of a European platform and digital working environment based in Germany, the launch of independently structured and financed projects for the Benelux countries, France, England, Poland, and neighboring countries, the extraction and provision of the information contained in the text as structured data as an overarching knowledge graph, supply and further development of research and analysis possibilities required for its research-driven development, and the development of a software platform and tools meeting the requirement of modern research software engineering, whose modular structures allow a flexible response to project-specific requirements, where the individual component developed can be reused in future projects. So it's it would be a very big project, and we hope we can do it. Okay. Now, after speaking about our current project, pilot project, the new Gallia Germania Judaica, and our hopefully future project, Judaica in Europe, I would like to show you how to be a part of this encyclopedia, or how to participate and contribute. After creating an account, how to write this this article. So each user can choose, and as you see in this, it's in German, but I will make it shortly. I will explain it shortly. Each user can choose an article and ask for it. After writing the article conform to previously defined specifications of the editorial department, it gets to be reviewed by the editorial. So the role of the editorial staff is to review the content of the article, to control the quality, and to contact the author if necessary and inform him about the publication of his article. So now we made a video to let you maybe see our work backstage. So I hope the video will work. Yes, now here. So now the first step is, of course, to get to the website, and now to try, I hope to, okay. So the first step is to create, of course, an account. To without an account, you can't contribute, you can't write an article. So each user can sign up and then log in. After logging in, I try to make it short because it's too long. So now you can log in. And you get in this page. The second step is to choose an article. So you have the list of the article which are available. So you can choose an article. And some articles are available for every user. Some articles who are really big or very important of the historical point of view, we give them to historians or researchers. But other articles are available for each user, for every user. And so now, when you write it, when you already wrote the article, you can give it to review. And as you see now in the review, there is my colleagues, Johannes, Melissa, and I can work and review the article. Each user or each user of us can have a color, so you can see who is working in the article now, who had correct some or against or had or supplemented in the article. So it's really clear which color to which colleague. So. And of course, we can via comments we can tell them what's wrong, what has to be replaced, and so we communicate via comments too. So we now. Can see it here. These are the comments for each of the colleagues. This is the PDF of each article who has been not yet published. It was an example of an article who was not yet published. And here, of course, when you want to know which articles have been already published, we have here in the page a list of all articles. So you can choose the article. For example, here I think it was Burgunstadt, and this is how it looks like when it's already published.
Sorry, but I can give you 5 minutes only.
I already finished.
Okay.
I think the last slide, and yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I can. So to finish, for further informations, you can get, of course, to the website, or we have a Facebook account and Twitter account. So there are all informations about our workshops and what we achieved, of course, also already published articles. Thank you for your thank you for this invitation another time, and I hope we can after the next session we can
answer some questions.
Answer the questions, of course. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Looks like very interesting and impressive. I want to present you Eli Fisher. Is now working towards a doctorate in Jewish history at Tel Aviv University. Eli Fisher is a rabbi, writer, translator, and historian. He co-founder of AMAPA, a project that applies quantitative analysis to rabbinic literature, and also a founder of a blog, web magazine of contemporary Jewish thought, and his writing has appeared in numerous Jewish publications. So I give him the screen and let him talk and make us understand also the names and digitizing press subscribe list, what all about, and what is the role of digital humanities in Jewish studies. Please.
Okay, thank you, Professor Golden. So yeah, I guess that's the question that we really have to start with is, what are prenumeranten? It's not the kind of word that comes up in day-to-day conversation unless you're me and maybe 3 or 4 other people. What prenumeranten are, they are essentially their subscriber lists. One of the ways that books were published, and this is not just Hebrew books, although we're looking specifically at Hebrew books and more generally Jewish books, even if they're not in Hebrew. One of the ways to fund publication was to sell subscriptions, to travel around or to have agents or to advertise in magazines, and people would send money to pre-order the book, and the book would be, and the list of subscribers would be published in the back of the book, at least in the modern, at least most of the time. I guess we don't know how many books were not published. We don't know how many people subscribed and then the books never were published. We don't know how many books had subscribers where, whose names were not published. The practice may go back earlier than we think, but the phenomenon that we're talking about essentially starts in the last quarter of the 18th century, and it continues today. I mean, for all intents and purposes, websites like GoFundMe or Kickstarter are prenumeranten, are subscription-based purchases. But we're looking at the last quarter of the 18th century through the middle of the 20th century, right after the Holocaust, which is for the most part when the printing of Jewish books in Europe slowed down significantly. So there are approximately, see this number keeps changing, about 2,000 different editions, different books and editions of books that were published during these 175 years, with lists of subscribers. Sometimes they're very short lists, sometimes they're exceedingly long lists. There are over 10,000 places mentioned, mostly in Europe, but not only in Europe. And there is an order of magnitude of about 1 million names. That doesn't mean there's 1 million names. We don't know exactly how many names there are. We're guessing it's somewhere between 600,000-700,000 and 1.3, 1.4 million. And our goal is to digitize all of this, to create a database of names, places, books with prenumeranten. We're actually now completing our second year on the project, and I'll present some of the findings, and we'll and show you what we're trying to do. So first of all, this is what a prenumeranten list looks like in the wild. Okay, it's from a book called Chakirat Hagamul, published in Budapest in 1829, and you see, right, it has a header of prenumeranten. Sometimes it's the word prenumeranten, sometimes it's shemot hachatumim. And obviously there's a bunch of different ways to spell prenumeranten, and it has a list. This list happens to be parsed by place. So you have first the people that live in Ir Chadash, which is one of the many places in Europe called Neustadt. This one, I believe, is Nové Mesto nad Váhom, today in Slovakia. Based on the other, I reached that conclusion based on the other names, the other places in this list, like Semnitz, Ilava, Pihov. These are places, these are generally the Hungarian or German names of places in Slovakia, right? They would use the names that the Jews were using at that time. So sometimes the names are our actual Hebrew equivalents, like Ir Chadash is the equivalent of Neustadt or Nové Mesto. Semnitz is the German name. I can easily look up where what's it called and what's the name of this place in Slovakia today. We're basing, right? So we're not the first people, we're not the first ones to look at stuff like this. We're not the first people to take a look at prenumeranten. There was a man named Beryl Kagan, or Beryl Cohen, who was based in New York, and he published a book called Sefer Prenumeranten in 1975. His book looks like this. This is a sample page of his book. So you see, it's an alphabetical listing of places, and next to each place is a list of books a list of books where there were subscribers from that place to that book, right? So there were, and then a number, right? And the number is the number of subscribers. So if, for example, Korosh Bazar, right, which is in the Crimea, which was a large Carites community, you have books like Sidei Chemed, Rabbi Chaim Chizkiah Medini's Halachic Encyclopedia, and he was a rabbi there. So it makes sense that you would have 269 subscribers to that one book and not many subscribers to any other book. Masa Karim, right? A book about, as its name indicates, a book about the Crimea, a Hebrew book about the Crimea, would also have a significant number of subscribers, and no other books are published there, right? Or you have Cardiff, Wales. Cardiff, Wales had a Jewish community. There was actually, there are a number of small towns throughout Wales that had subscribers and that had tiny little Jewish communities. Here, the subscribers are subscribing to Otzar Yisrael, which was Judah David Eisenstein's encyclopedia in the English language. So again, it makes a lot of sense that they were subscribing to that kind of book, right? We're not talking about something which is a particularly difficult genre. And even if it's the Hebrew encyclopedia, it's written in plain modern Hebrew. That's what you have subscribers in Wales subscribing to. What we did was we digitized this, and we basically reassembled, it's still kind of buggy, but we reassembled these lists so that we have a map of subscribers for each book that Kagan studied. Kagan studied about 1,000, so probably about 40–50% of the total number of books that have prenumerantin. And this is what we came up with, right? This is an edition of Avot de Rabbi Natan that was published in Vilna, and you can see that really it's, there's an incredible density of subscription where you would expect it, meaning in the Jewish regions of what was known as Lita, Greater Lithuania, today mainly Belarus and Eastern Poland, as well as Lithuania, Central Belarus as well. That's Lita, right? And Avot de Rabbi Natan is an expanded version of, an expanded and later version, but still ancient, of Pirkei Avot, which was a very, very common book, very commonly studied. So it stands to read. It makes sense why there are so many subscribers. But what we're able to do now by putting this back together, by reassembling this, is we're able to get a fingerprint or a sense of every book that's being published. Where are the subscribers coming from? Where are the readers? And within that, our plans are to drill down even to the name so that we can get to the libraries of individuals. You can find individuals that are, you can fill up their bookshelves. You can see the same individual subscribing to a number of books. Now, obviously, if we go back to the Crimea, in Korosh Bazar, there are 269 people that subscribe to the book that was published by the local rabbi. Nobody really subscribed to anything else. So there you see that even though they're buying the book, we would see that more as a matter of charity. They want to support the local rabbi. The rabbi published a book. His congregants or the members of his community feel like, oh yes, we should definitely buy the book to support the rabbi. And you'll definitely see a lot of that. But you'll also see a whole lot of actual book popularity. We'll return to the question of charity shortly. This is something that I'm specifically working on for a paper that I'm going to be giving at AJS in December. So if you look at the highlights, of this list of subscribers, right, of a book called Even Bochan that was published in Michalovce in Eastern Slovakia in 1931. So if you look at the blue highlights are yeshivot. Now, the world of yeshivot are mainly, the famous ones are Lithuanian, maybe a few in Poland. Hungary, and we're talking here pre-World War I Hungary, even though this book was published in Czechoslovakia in 1931, when we talk about the Hungarian sphere, the Hungarian geographical sphere, we're talking about pre-World War I Hungary, which includes parts of Serbia and the Ukraine and Slovakia and Romania. And you see here that there are subscribers, it's not only by town, but also by yeshiva, which means that somebody, and that's the green highlights, right? So somebody, one of the students in the yeshiva went around to the fellow yeshiva students and started collecting and collected the subscribers. So who wants to buy this book, right? So here you have Talmidei Yeshivat, Rabbi Yoshua Greenwald in Ungvar. So Rabbi Yoshua Greenwald was the head of a yeshiva in Ungvar. These are the students that subscribed, and the pink highlights are the places where they're from. So what we're actually doing, and this is really what my what I'm interested in exploring, is you start to get an image of where the students in each individual yeshiva were coming from. Were the yeshiva students coming from only the town where the yeshiva was and maybe a few communities that are nearby? Or were the yeshivot, were they different enough that they were attracting students from a broader catchment area? Right? Was there something unique about Rabbi Greenwald's yeshiva that would attract students from all over Hungary and beyond? Or was it, yeah, there was a yeshiva in this town, so you go to that town. There's another yeshiva 50 miles away, and the people that are closer to that one will go to that one. So we'll be able to map using these lists. We'll be able to map. We'll be able to get a sense of who is attending these yeshivas and where are they coming from. I have a list. I've identified about 115 books that have separate lists within lists. The lists within the lists that have names and places of yeshiva students. Here, and in each list has multiple, each book will have multiple lists. Here you have Ungvar is one, Turno is one, Michalovce is one, Gotha, Sered. So you have, within one book, you have multiple lists of yeshiva students. In our, based on Beryl Kagan's work, Beryl Kagan, if you look at what Kagan did, is if it's an indirect reference, he puts it in parentheses. So jumping back to here, if you have somebody that's learning in Tarno, but he's from Klein Tarkan or from Munkac, that will show up in parentheses. And when we programmed it, when we digitized it, we put that in as a different colored dot. So you'll have the larger dots represent where the yeshivot are, mainly where the yeshivot are, and the smaller dots are where the students of the yeshiva are coming from, right? And that's globally, but it's before you drill down to the individual yeshivot. So you see that the students are coming from really all over Hungary, although they're concentrated in where you would expect them to be concentrated in northeast and northwest Hungary, what we call Unterland and Oberland. But there are certainly people coming from further away, including from Poland and from what's today the Czech Republic, and from all over Hungary and Transylvania. There are other, there are other historically significant elements that appear in these lists. Yeshivot are, as you probably know, all male institutions, or at least until very recently were all male institutions, Yentl notwithstanding. There are women that appear on these lists. Now, women appear on these lists in multiple ways. Sometimes women are themselves subscribers. That's highlighted here in light gray. All of the light gray in this list are women. So sometimes it's This is, by the way, this is from an area that you'll hear about a lot more about in the next lecture. These are prenumeranten from Western Pennsylvania. And it's one of the more fascinating lists in general because the book was a book of responsa, She'elotu Tshuvot, by Rav Chaim Tzvi Mannheimer, who was a student of the Khatam Sofer, but his work was not published. His work was published only a half a century after he died, and they sold it. The book was sold door to door almost in Western Pennsylvania, and especially the area around Pittsburgh. So here you have the gray is the women who subscribes. So you have, sometimes they're together with someone else. So you have in McKeesport, Pennsylvania, you have Marat Tzivia, Uvena Moshe Menachem Mendelovich. So Tzivia and her son Moshe are subscribing to this book. Or you have Yosef Spiegel, Vizugato, Yosef Spiegel and his mate, Maras Glickl, Miss Glickl. Okay. And here you have a man, Nasan Aryeh Nurashel, and his daughter. And he specifies that his daughter is unmarried. Perhaps he was trying to attract a prospective groom for her by advertising her unmarried status, his daughter Chana Toiva, by advertising her unmarried status in this list. The green here is the names that are highlighted in green are institutions. So here in Pittsburgh, you actually have, for example, Harav Dr. Halprin, Rabbi Dr. Halprin subscribed to the book Avor Beis HaKnesses Eitz Chaim for the Eitz Chaim synagogue in Pittsburgh. Probably today one of the most famous synagogues in the world, but long before the events of a few years ago, Eitz Chaim was a thriving congregation 90 years ago. And somewhere in its library, perhaps someone can find, perhaps Tammy and the next lecturer, Tammy will be able to find this book in that in the library at Eitz Chaim. Another element that you can, another element where these lists can be a source of history and what they have what to teach us about things other than just the basic facts of book readership and perhaps of what we would call genealogical data, who lived where and when. Here you have another example of how women appear in prenumeranten in these lists, and that is through matronyms. All of the purple highlights, you have Avraham ben Necha, Shmuel Yonah ben Henya, Yaakov Yochanan ben Chava. So those are all women's names. Necha, Henya, Chava, Peril, Mindel, Fega, Leah. These are women's names. Normally, you would use patronyms. Normally, if somebody was writing down their name, was writing down who they are, they would use their father's name, like when being called up to the Torah. And you have a few examples of that. For example, in the village of Adan, Rabbi Moshe Aaron ben Rabbi Yitzchak. Right? So he uses his father's name, or Nachum ben Kvod Yehuda, Nachum ben Yehuda. But here there are far more people that are using their mother's names. What's the reason for this? What's going on here? So this book, Nidvat Pi, was written by a Hasidic Rebbe, Rabbi Yitzchak Isaac of Komarna. And when it comes to Hasidic practice, whenever someone sends a petition, whenever somebody wants the Rebbe to pray for them or to intercede with the heavens on their behalf, they would use their mother's name. They would submit a kvittel, a little note, a little memo with their mother's name on it, and the Rebbe would pray for them. And so I don't think it was part of the rules, but I think spontaneously that when people were buying the book that belonged to this Rebbe, they presumed that the Rebbe this would induce the Rebbe to intercede on their behalf. And so they wanted to be listed by their mother's names. Now, this wasn't universal. Not everybody listed their mother's names. Only the ones in pink listed their mother's names. Here you also have something else. You have surnames. And this is 1851. This is kind of when surnames are really just starting to become a regular feature of Jewish life, meaning people were assigned surnames probably a little bit earlier than 1851, but by now people are starting to use them and identify with their surnames. And so you can actually see that happening here because there are only certain places where people are using surnames. So if there is going to be, if someone who's studying Jewish onomastics wants to try to understand, when did Jews stop using patronyms and in some cases matronyms to self-identify and begin using surnames that had been assigned by governments, that had been assigned by modern bureaucratic states, this is a good place to start looking. And I isolated, if you look at the light blue, those are things that today we treat them as surnames, but they've been around for a lot longer than the typical surnames, just because they describe, in some cases, Ner Naftali Katz, right? So a Kohen would often identify as a Kohen. A Levi would identify as a Levi, and certain professions, for example, Shub, right, which is Shochet Ubodek, a ritual slaughterer, and names like Shochet or Shechter or even Reznik or Shub, which is also a surname. Those are all surnames that were given to religious functionaries. And the same applies to names like Gabai or Shamis or Dayan. These are Jewish surnames. These are Jewish professional names that eventually became surnames. Okay. In terms of horizons. So our plan is that hopefully in the next year or so, we want to get all of these lists, all 2,000 of them. We want to digitize them, have each subscription, have a database where all of the places with all of the variant spellings, and there are places which have dozens and dozens of variant spellings. If there's an institutional affiliation, we want to record that. We want to record, obviously, the names and the name of the book, the author of the book, where the author lived, where the book was published, and to make the entire thing searchable, to make the entire thing so that if somebody wants to, let's say, is doing research and wants to know everybody from Siget, what books were they reading, where did they get, who was subscribing, what people in this town were reading Maskilic literature and what people were reading Hasidic literature, and who was reading both. And there were people that were reading both. We have lists that are in 7 or 8 different languages, maybe 9, including Dutch, Italian, French, German, Russian, Polish. So these are the sorts of things that we want to include in the database. And we're also making ourselves available to work together to partner with other institutions and other projects, because there are certain things like one of the hardest things to do, and I'm going to stop this share and start another share in the little bit of time that I have left.
5 minutes, please.
Okay. One of the most difficult things is to identify all of the places. You have, if we look at Beryl Kagan's book, He tried to identify some of them, but we're talking about 9,000 places, and there are many, many places that aren't in his list. So to identify all of them, especially when, especially if there's only one subscriber, it becomes a very difficult thing. Sometimes it's easy. I can look at number 7393 and know that that's Corfu in Greece. Now it happens to be that I'm sure that this is one of the questions that am I looking only at Ashkenaz? Why am I, I'm being very Ashka-centric here. It happens to be that this was an Ashka-centric phenomenon, and I want to actually, I'm going to illustrate that with one example here. And this is an example of what I call rabbinic wanderlust. This is a book. There's a book called Sefer Zikaron that was published in Livorno in 1845. The publisher, it was written in the 1500s. The publisher, a man by the name of Eliezer Ashkenazi, had been born in Poland, and then he moved to Tunisia. And then he took several trips to Europe to publish and sell his books. So there are two versions of this book that were published. In one, you have a list of prenumeranten. And one of the cool features of this particular list is that the places aren't listed alphabetically, they're actually listed in the order of how he visited them. So you can actually travel with him. You can follow along as he travels through northern Italy. It takes a little stop, makes a couple of stops. He goes down to Rome, but then continues in northern Italy, goes into the Piedmont region and finishes his journey in Marseille, where he presumably took hopped on a boat to head back to North Africa. That was in one edition of the book. Another edition of the book, which was published at the exact same time at the exact same press, you have a list of 4 communities from which there are sponsors in North Africa. And those are these 4: Mostaganem, Algiers, Constantine, and what's the 4th one? Oran, probably, Tlemcen. And it's just those 4, because he wasn't selling subscriptions. He was looking for sponsors. So he basically, the same book, one he sold subscriptions to, one he got sponsors for. I don't know if he was double dipping. I don't know if the tax authorities looked into what he was trying to do, but this is what he did. He published 2 editions of the same book, one which was marketed to North Africa and one which was marketed in Europe. Now, a different time, he published a couple of other books, and in those occasions, he traveled to a completely different region. And again, he allows us to follow along with him. Here, he visits probably 100 different small little towns in the region that we just heard about before. This is in Alsace and Lorraine, and a little bit in Switzerland and Germany, mainly in France, in Alsace and Lorraine in France. 100 tiny little Jewish communities that I don't know. I had never heard of most of, I had never heard of Odratzheim and Matzenheim and Westhaus and Epfig. Some of the larger ones, sure. Like Karlsruhe, sure. But the smaller ones, I had never heard of them. And this is the part of the world where my ancestors are from. I can name a lot of towns in here, and I'm not familiar with most of these. So you're talking about, he's going from tiny little village to tiny little village. And then you have a record of these communities, and it would be interesting to see if the project that we heard about before would be interested in incorporating data like this into their database. And we would be happy to share it. But you see that what I think is going on here is that you have a record of wanderlust. I thought about this when I was stuck in my house during COVID. I was following along as this rabbi / printer / book dealer took several different trips. And one trip, so first of all, he was born in Poland and then moved to North Africa, but in addition to that, he's traveling through Italy, all over Italy, 30, 40 different places in Italy. And then on a different occasion, he's selling another book. And on that occasion, he's going and he's finding and he's visiting another 100 or so little villages in the French countryside. So you have a record of it becomes a travel log. And it becomes something that it tells us something about the kinds of personalities that are taking to the road in order to sell their books. With that, I will. I'm gonna stop here, and if there are questions, I think that there's going to be some time for questions at the end of this session.
Thank you, Eli. Fascinating lecture. Now I ask Sarah to read the questions for the two of the lectures. Do we have some questions? Yes.
Yeah, our first question was for the first presentation on New Gallia Germania Judaica. And it was, apart from the use of new technology, how is the new project different from the previous iteration?
Well, it's simply that take cities like Worms, Speyer, Mainz, in the Schum cities, Cologne, Trier, Assas, Regensburg. There has been done much research in previous decades, thanks to Gallia Germania Judaica 2 and 3, and to the Steinheim Institute, the Ari Weimann Institute, in cooperation with universities in Israel, the Hebrew University, Tel Aviv University, and so on and so on. So all this research, all this new knowledge will drop into the articles, which makes the new articles different from the older ones. Can be that for small towns, for villages, those like Eli mentioned, that there will be not much change. But as soon as we have a greater place, you can be sure that for those cities, the articles will have a different content from the old one.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question was for Eli, and it's a more technical question. When you've been developing the database, did you use scans and then OCR, or have individuals been inputting the data? And what were some of the difficulties you've encountered throughout the process?
Okay, so far we haven't scanned that. We are in the process of obtaining high resolution scans for most of for these books. We're taking an approach. Most of the work we're going to do is going to be automated through OCR. We're talking about printed books, and the OCR is good enough that you know, as you saw, the Beryl Kagan book, which is not a simple book. I'll bring it up again. Just yeah, this book we essentially chopped it up using OCR. We digitized it using OCR. There's a lot of bugs in our digitization, a ton of bugs in our digitization. But the fact is that we were able to get it, and we now have the alpha version of a map where you can input the name of a book, and it will map out for you where that book was purchased, where the subscribers to that book lived.
Yes, another question.
Okay, those are the only ones that we received so far through the chat. Here comes another one. Question for Germania Judaica. Are you making the original historical articles of the Gallia Judaica or Germania Judaica, the GJ, available, and in what format?
Well, there will be a possibility to have a PDF from these articles combined with the new articles, but there is also an issue of licenses, and it's not so pretty clear who are the owner of licenses for the older books. By the way, Morsiebeck in Tübingen still is selling the old books, and it's completely fine to have the different editions on the market. So we are in cooperation with Morsiebeck in Tübingen and are discussing these issues. What I would also like to add is what Ellie mentioned when we came to small village Jewish communities. Well, our projects are quite far away. We go up to 1300, you are starting much later, but nevertheless, when it comes to Jewish Hebrew typonyms of small villages, maybe that exchange of dates will improve both projects because we have a bigger database to compare and to specify and to identify places. So even with our the long distance between our projects, I can imagine that a cooperation between so different projects on a technical basis will be very fruitful for both sides.
Okay, Minna, you had a question?
Yes, I have an observation and several questions. The Gallia Germania Judaica brings me many years back. My first work as a doctoral student was with the late Bernard Blumenkrantz on the Gallia Judaica. So it's a long way since then. I have questions to both, to the three speakers. For the Gallia Germania Judaica, you have not shown the actual project. One has to get into it, I suppose. But nevertheless, I would like to know, you have shown a map. If you push a button on a place, you get all the related articles on this place, or this is all not yet feasible? Dr. Temiste?
Yeah. You mean if you have the possibility to get to other articles to the place, or?
No, you have shown a map of the area that you are working on, and there were these dots that represent places. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, my question is, if you put your marker on a place, do you get all the articles that are mentioning this place?
Not really. It would be maybe a thing that we want to accomplish in the future project, but you get to the place, and but not to all articles. But maybe Johannes, I think this.
Well, you have to go into the list and to choose the article. So it's not like on Google Maps.
Not interactive.
It's not yet interactive, but these are exactly the tools we are preparing in cooperation with software research engineering.
So this is
from the Humboldt University. Yes, this will be in the next step when we expand it on a broader basis, but also on a stronger technological basis, which is under development currently.
Yeah.
And another question, you're concentrating your project on the Middle Ages. Am I?
Yes.
You're not going further on.
Yeah.
Did you think about expanding it to later periods?
When I visited with the idea, the late Alfred Haferkamp of blessed memory, and told him what we are intending to do, he thought we are executing the Germania Judaica 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. But we thought we should restart it from the beginning, and those articles which are more than 100 years old,
Yes.
Need more revision. And the other point is, I'm a specialist in medieval history, and I would not feel safe on the field of modern history.
No, of course,
So
you will have to cooperate.
We can only encourage others to join the system and to network and to create a.
This is what I was thinking about.
It would be completely in our interest if others would cover other times, other centuries.
Then you can combine. You can combine it with Ellie Fisher's project, for example.
We could go up until we meet with Ellie. Yes,
you can meet him. It will be wonderful, I think.
Our hope, we hope that everything will be, all of our, not just the database, but the data itself will be, we hope to publish APIs so that other people can use the data. And I know that there are so many sources of data with which this can intersect. Census data and data regarding, all kinds of, all kinds of demographic data, cemetery data. We're not going to do it all, but we want to do what we want. Our contribution. Well, we want to do our part well, and then make it available to other people so that they can do their parts well, and hopefully, eventually, there will be, it'll all find a good home.
It will be a well of knowledge, I would say, a world of knowledge. I think that what is the most important and fascinating thing about all these projects of digital humanities is the cooperation among scholars and the widening of the human knowledge about the past. This is really wonderful.
Wally, you had a question?
Just a moment, I have another question to Ellie. Ellie Fisher. Maybe you didn't have enough time, but you were concentrated in your presentation in the world of yeshivot, mainly on itineraries of authors trying to sell their books. And I missed something, I think, in the United States, maybe more something else that I forgot. My question is the following. This is the world of Torah that you are describing. Can you combine it with the socio-economic status of the places which you are dealing with? He's giggling.
It sounds like a tall order, and it sounds like it's something that certainly not systematically. I do want to point out it's not only the world of Torah that's under discussion here. I just pulled up, for example, here are the subscribers to the works of Peretz Smolenskin.
You haven't shown it. We didn't see it.
I just showed it.
Now
you can see it in front of you now.
Now you're talking about something.
There are 2,000 books. I wasn't going to get to all of them.
I understand.
So here, you have people that are subscribing to Peretz Smolenskin, and again, you have people in Volozhin that are reading Peretz Smolenskin. Who is in Volozhin reading Peretz Smolenskin? Who was in Mir reading Peretz Smolenskin? Odessa, Mela, fine, we figured that he'll have readers there. And even in Central Asia, Merv, which is into today's Turkmenistan, he had a reader there. So it's not exclusively rabbinic literature. You have a lot of different kinds of literature represented here. For example, you have like what I would call the hardcore rabbinics, but you also have liturgical works, Sidurim, Chumashim. You have a lot of Maskilic literature, which Maskilic literature is certainly religious, but it's not orthodox, or it's not quite it's not what we think about when we think about religious literature. And then you also have science textbooks. Some of the first books with prenumerantin, and they were advertised in Hama-Asef, were Hebrew translations, meaning translations into Hebrew of Euclid's geometry and of Aristotle's ethics. So they're Hebrew. So the audience that you're going for is an audience that reads and understands Hebrew, which is an audience that's cultured Jewish, that's deeply Jewish in terms of its culture. But Aristotle's ethics is, if that's a religious book, then everything is a religious book.
Yes.
Okay, Eli.
One more question.
Just a moment.
There are a few others who have been waiting.
Another question, last question.
Ronnie, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Okay. We just don't
So
see you anymore.
I'm going back to a more technical question because Simcha asked that we'll I'll start my video. Okay. So because Simcha asked that we'll ask questions regarding to digital humanities. So I understand that your vision is to open the database for the public or researchers. And based on my experience, I led also a digitation project. One of the main problem in opening it is the issue of the thesaurus, because of course each of the names that you mentioned, like Ungvar, which is also known as Ujarod, you have the Ukrainian name, you have the German name, you have the Jewish name. And not only for places, but also Jewish names. You have the Jewish name, and then the same person has the Hungarian name, and the same person has the German name, and people will search using the name that they know. And you need to have, a huge thesaurus in order to be able to give them the opportunity to search for what they are looking for.
Yes, you're right. We actually do have a working a gazetteer that we use, and we've actually put it out there on the web, so you can see. You can fool around with it if you'd like. But for example, if you can see what I'm doing here. If you have Budapest, right? So Budapest today is one city of Budapest, but historically, obviously, it was three different cities. There's Buda, and there's Pest, and there's Óbuda, and then there's also the various other neighborhoods in Budapest that were like Erzsébetváros, which were originally, or Újpest, which were originally separate municipalities. So if you see what we're doing here, all of the different alternate spellings, and there are a whole bunch, right? So you have Nai Ofin, right? New Ofin, which is like the newer part of Buda, right? Or Buda, which is generally the old part of Buda. Nai Pest, or Pest Chadash, in all of its different spellings. We have, each Hebrew variant gets its own line. So if you have a Hebrew variant, you'll be able to find it. but we also have alternate Latin names. We have alternate, this is not comprehensive, but we do have alternate spellings in Latin characters. And so if somebody is looking for, if we can think of an example, let's say Pressburg, if you put that in the alternate spellings, if you put in Pressburg, it will return Bratislava. So you will see, because Pressburg is the German name for Bratislava. And if you search for Pozsony, you'll also find that in the alternative names. So yeah, that's how we're trying to deal with it. This is very much a work in progress. I have it set to update every week because we're constantly changing and adding new variants. But as I said before, we at present have 17,432 variants. And I also know that Sinai Rusinek, who's here in the audience, is working on similar projects to document Hebrew place names, place names in Hebrew spelling, with Hebrew spellings.
Okay, thank you all.
I have one small question. May I? To Eli.
Okay.
Regarding the names of mothers in your lists, rather than the names of fathers. In the Sephardic world, Torah students who were supported by women, mothers, sisters, aunts, or just female benefactors, used to change their surname to the first name of that woman. For example, if you find a person called Esperanza as a surname, it means that his benefactor was a woman called Esperanza. Is that the case here? Or you are sure that it has to do with the little pieces of paper sent with wishes for good
So
luck?
for that, I'm fairly certain because it's specifically in Hasidic books that we see it. In terms of surnames, there are any number of surnames that are either matronymic or patronymic, names like Chayas or Chavas or Chanalas, or there's even a Rosanis. So that's just of the Jewish surnames, though that's a subset. I don't know if it's
okay.
It's a whole different industry.
Yeah. Thank you all. We need to finish this very interesting session, and you're all invited to the next session, which is going to open within 5 minutes or something like this. Thank you all very much, and see you in real life very soon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Zohar Segev from the Department of Jewish History at the University of Haifa. My main area of research is American Jewish history, and it's a great pleasure to open this late afternoon or early evening session. We're going to hear 3 speakers. Each speaker will talk around 20 minutes, and then hopefully we're going to have enough time for a discussion at the end of the session. I will present each speaker before his or her presentation. So our first speaker is Ms. Tammy Haps. Tammy Haps used journalistical research technicals to examine less studied topics within the American Jewish history. Tammy drew heavily upon her technology experience to create research approach that break new ground in data gathering and interpretations. Actually, she received her BA in computer science from Harvard College. The topic of her presentation is Homestead Hebrew, a case study in digital community reconstruction and analysis. Tammy, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much. Let me bring up my slides here. Wonderful. So first of all, I want to thank the Goldstein-Goren Diaspora Research Center for giving me space to be part of this wonderful conference. And I also want to thank Professor Minna Rozen, whose project sets an important standard in our field. And hold on, let me advance the slide here. All right, so my talk today concerns Homestead, Pennsylvania in the United States. You can see here where it is on the map. As Ellie pointed out in his talk, it's right across the river from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which is where I live. And Ellie, it's true, I live a 5-minute walk from Tree of Life, but the building is closed, so I cannot get that book for you. We can talk offline. So Homestead was a steel mill town adjacent to Pittsburgh in the western part of the state of Pennsylvania. And the region surrounding Homestead, as you can see from this map, was once the center of the American steel industry. Of all of the towns that you see on this map, Homestead is the most famous because of its seminal labor conflict in 1892, which is taught to high school students in the United States as part of the standard American history curriculum. The particular community that I am reconstituting is the Jewish community of Homestead. The community began in the 1880s when the steel mill opened and faded in the late 20th century as the steel industry declined. In the early decades, the community was primarily composed of recent immigrants to the United States, and that shifted after the 1920s when Jewish immigration to the United States was largely cut off. The Jewish population peaked in the late 1920s at around 1,100 people, though the community remained sizable and active until the 1960s. So I embarked on this project for a few different reasons. First, because of the famous steel strike in 1892, dozens, if not hundreds, of books and articles have been written about Homestead. Most of them either completely ignore the Jewish community there, and those that mention Jews often fall back on completely incorrect, if not also vaguely anti-Semitic assertions. Documenting this community and documenting them accurately can correct a historical narrative which people think that they know well. However, recreating a history of what was until recently common knowledge required me to pull facts nearly out of thin air. The community now lives in the memories of the last generation of Jewish children who grew up there, who are now grandparents in their 70s and older, and people like me who heard stories from their elders who did live there. The community was not concerned with documenting itself for posterity, and there are, as you can see on this slide, only a couple of thin histories that survive that largely focused on synagogue milestones and raised more questions than they answer about the community. Finally, beyond simply recovering the narrative, I wanted to connect my findings to what scholars already know about Homestead. I wanted to demonstrate that the Jewish angle on Homestead's history isn't a gimmicky side quest, but crucial to properly understanding this historic town. So over the past 7 years, I've created a few different websites to share my findings. I have a content website, homesteadhebrews.com, where I publish essays with my original research alongside photos and documents that I've scanned and transcribed. Homesteadhebrews.com links to 2 other sites, a database for all of the members of the community, and a map showing where they all lived. It is these 2 sites that I will focus on in my talk today. I worked with a GIS specialist on the Maps website, and I've had help from Yiddish translators, but otherwise my project is a one-woman show. I've collected all of the records, I've written all of the software, performed all of the analysis that I'm going to be showing you in this talk today. So I'll start with my database website. It centers on the giant family tree that I built for the Jewish community of Homestead, including people who live there, as well as Jewish businessmen who had their stores there. And it also includes the descendants of all those families. And so the tree is enriched with records that I've collected, digitized, indexed, and then linked to individuals. And we'll see more about that in a moment. So the way that the site is organized, there are people, there are records, And then each links to the other in a many-to-many relationship. People also, of course, link to each other in family tree relationships. And so the power of the database comes from, first of all, having a very comprehensive list of people and building a phonetic search engine on top to accommodate different name spellings, as we were just hearing about with town names. Second of all, having a very comprehensive list of records. I've collected multiple sources per year, deriving from diverse contexts. Third, having weighted links between people and records. And finally, really maximizing the metadata on people and especially in records to get the full value of everything that I've collected. So as you can begin to see from these screenshots, and you can explore for yourself on the website if you'd like, this model does translate to the ways that users can see and interact with the data on the website. So the data set that I built began with extracts from a few different sets of sources. First of all, the United States federal censuses, which were taken every 10 years. Second of all, homestead city directories, which were compiled every 1 to 7 years, on average around every 2 or 3 years. And then finally, 2 different kinds of mercantile directories of local merchants, one that was published quarterly and the other one that was published annually. These were particularly useful since within homesteads, so many Jewish people went into business, so they were also included in these directories. These are comprehensive sources that cover everybody in Homestead. And so I imported only the subset of records that pertain to people that I could identify as Jewish. The challenges of doing so were extensive, and time does not permit me to go into details. For every name of every person that I found, I built out that person's family tree and gathered a full complement of genealogical records for them and all their relatives. Many of these records that came from commercial genealogy websites, I did not incorporate directly into my local data set, but many came from offline collections that I selectively digitized and imported myself. Every new record, of course, brought with it a unique set of metadata fields with additional facts about the person or people in that record. To learn something about the Jewish lives of these people, I turned to the 16 boxes of records the Homestead Hebrew congregation donated to an archive in Pittsburgh when a synagogue closed in 1993. The Homestead Hebrew congregation, which was chartered in 1894 and closed in 1993, was the one synagogue that existed in Homestead, and it was a gathering point for all of Homestead's Jewish organizations. There was a great diversity of material that I found in the archives: meeting minutes, speeches and histories, programs from past events, Hebrew school report cards, photographs, cemetery records, and more. Beyond the paper records in the archives, I found other surviving objects that named people who had been in the community. Of all of these synagogue records, I got the most value from the most boring looking of all of them, which was the financial ledgers. Some listed synagogue members and tabulated their payments over time. Most listed all income sources over a particular time period, including payments from members and non-members alike. Collectively, these records contained the names of people who had some connection to the synagogue and the dates of their activity. So it turned out to be challenging to match records from all of these different sources to the unique individuals to whom they pertained. For example, my attempt to identify all of the members of the synagogue gave a snapshot of this challenge. On the one hand, at one time, there were 5 different people in this community who all went by M. Mervis. Clues like age or profession sometimes help to disambiguate records, though not always. On the other hand, the synagogue records name about 34 members whom I cannot match to any other records. Besides possible mistakes in record keeping, the challenges included people's movements and name changes, which were very common amongst Jewish American immigrants. The point of gathering all of this data, of course, is not just to account for people who have been overlooked by the history books, but to see what all this data actually reveals about them that wouldn't otherwise be possible to know. For that, I've been analyzing all of this data to see what patterns it contains. And so I'll spend the remainder of this talk showing you some of these analyses in order to demonstrate that when you gather records at scale, you can produce really powerful insights. So here is a simple bar graph to get us started. It marries the previous synagogue membership data with census data to compare the number of men in the community who were synagogue members versus the number of men who were eligible to be members but did not join, who the congregation called outsiders. You can see that the ratio was always more than half, though never close to 100%. The low was probably in the early 1920s when only about 60% of eligible men were members. And this bar graph gives context to a complaint made in the synagogue meeting minutes from October 1923. Quote, a motion made and seconded to appoint a committee of 7 to work out ways and means to make outsiders pay for benefits derived from the congregation. As the number starts to dip again, approaching 1940, the graph gives context to another round of membership recruitment activities that were noted in the minutes from 1939. At that time, they put together a list of prospective members and, quote, campaign conducted to increase membership. They went around town and, quote, efforts are being made to interview prospects. So this data provides a window into how Jewish immigrants to America chose to maintain or attenuate their Jewish communal ties. The next set of examples will show you different views of a more involved bar graph depicting the number of synagogue members per year throughout the synagogue's history. So this first view that you're looking at shows the members color-coded by birth country. So blue is what was originally the Austro-Hungarian Empire, although it crosses into the time period after the empire dissolved. Red is Russian Empire, same caveat about changing borders, and green are American-born members, and you can see over time the green comes to dominate. So if we take a closer look at what's going on between 1900 and 1910, you can see at the start of the decade, like all of the years before that, the synagogue was majority Hungarian. But by the end of that decade, the synagogue was evenly split between Russian and Hungarian members. The rise in pogroms in this decade explains why there was a rise in Russian immigrants to the United States. And within Homestead, this created strife as the character of the community changed. The synagogue's history relates very broadly, quote, the persecution in Europe kept on and brought to us Jews from all parts of the world. They brought with them different customs, habits of thought, phases of religious beliefs, acquired and inherited prejudices. Each group sought to dominate the others, controversies arose, and finally some decided to organize their own congregation. You can see from this chart just what was going on that the synagogue's history does not specifically name. If we look at the 1920s and 30s, you see that that split between Russians and Hungarians remains about equal. And seeing this trend so starkly adds some context to some delightful anecdotes that come from oral histories that were taken when the synagogue was closed. One man from a Hungarian family remembered that in the synagogue, the Russians and the Hungarians sat separately in different, quote, cliques. Another man from a Russian family recalled that at the synagogue picnics, quote, we had a ball game between the Russians and the Hungarians, and that, quote, they used to fight for control of the shul. Another descendant from a Hungarian family added a little bit more information. He said, quote, in the shul, there was always friction between the Hungarian Jews and the Litvak Jews. The Hungarians considered themselves above the Litvaks and the Russians. So Homestead had just one synagogue for most of its history, and neither the Hungarians nor the Russians had the numbers to dominate, so they all had to figure out how to coexist. Now let's take a closer look at the overall shape of the bar graph to understand why. We can see here that synagogue membership peaked in the early 1950s, but dropped very quickly thereafter. The colors in this version, which divide members by how they are related to each other, begins to explain why. Purple indicates what I call first-generation members, people without any pre-existing connection to the community. Each person who arrives in the community has the potential to seed multiple generations of members. So when we look at the other colors, we see why this is important. The orange are children of earlier members who grew up and joined. Turquoise are people who joined after marrying children who grew up in the community, and so on. When the purple part of the graph shrinks, when new people fail to put down roots in Homestead, the community loses out at that moment and in the future. The next view of the graph will add additional context for why the purple shrank, why there stopped being new first-generation members. This time, the colors show where a synagogue member was living in a given year. So blue means that the member lived in Homestead. Blue bodes well for that year and beyond. Red means that the member lived nearby in Pittsburgh, and the other colors are other places further afield. These are what I call legacy members, whether retirees or grown children, who retain their loyalty to their family congregation, but who live their daily lives in probably a larger Jewish community with many more Jewish options. These members did not beget more members. Their children knew their families were from Homestead, but they did not affiliate with the Homestead Synagogue. They invested in the community in which they lived. So if you look closely, you'll see that in 1950, the number of members residing in Homestead dipped below 50% for the first time and continued to drop from there. The number of legacy members, as you can see, came to dominate the overall membership. Within these two graphs, we can see that even before the community hit its peak, the trends that would be its undoing were already in place. New Jewish families were not moving to Homestead, and existing Jewish families were not staying. The nearby big city of Pittsburgh and its larger Jewish community in Squirrel Hill and its greater number of Jewish organizations just had too strong a pull. The synagogue meeting minutes and oral histories talk about concerning trends in membership, but never with specifics. A man who married into the community in the 1940s said, quote, "It seems to me the problem with Homestead was not one kid ever returned. Once they grew up, they left Homestead. And as their parents grew older, they left the area or they died and nothing was replaced. Not one kid ever returned to Homestead." A woman born in Homestead in the 1920s who raised her children there in the 50s and 60s said, quote, "The people who stayed had family here and wanted to stay with their family. And the people who did not looked toward the future and knew that it would never be, that it had peaked. And for their children and grandchildren, they wanted a more Jewish environment such that Squirrel Hill or East End offered them." This kind of analysis wraps these feelings and memories with the context that they need to form a real history. The next example that I will show is orders of magnitude more complicated than these bar graphs. I built an interactive map that allows you to explore who in the Jewish community lived where in Homestead in a given time period. You can drag a slider to visualize the changing patterns over time, and you can use different base maps to view an area at different points in time. As we are talking about a town that still exists, a place whose streets are accurately plotted on Google Maps, creating a map like this might seem like a straightforward undertaking, except for one problem. Most of the historic addresses in my data set, in other words, the homes that you see in this picture from the 1930s, ceased to be in the early 1940s when the whole lower part of Homestead, where the immigrant community began, was torn down in order to expand the town's steel mill for increased production during World War II. The steel mill in turn closed in 1986 and was demolished in the years after that. And on the same site, up came a giant shopping complex. So to create a map with all of the historic address data I had collected from all those records, I had to rewind the streetscape to before the shopping center and before the expanded steel mill. The net result is that if I wanted to find, say, where the Carp Grocery was on Dixon Street, I had to figure out exactly where it had stood somewhere in the middle of this parking lot. So my solution came through the historic Sanborn fire insurance maps of the Homestead District. These are large bound volumes where each page shows a section of Homestead, showing exactly how the streets and buildings appeared at that time. These are a common kind of historical map in the United States. I found a GIS expert to digitally stitch together the images from these map books and to georeference them to the present day topography. Naturally, one of the key sets of insights I can glean from the map are biographical insights from seeing an individual or family's movements play out in the context of their whole community. The dots representing where people lived are color-coded based on different attributes that I wanted to study geospatially, like country of origin, year of immigration, or synagogue membership. Synagogue membership provides an example of the kinds of sociological insights the map provides. Traditionally observant Jews, of course, will only walk to synagogue on the Sabbath or holidays. This newer neighborhood, located a couple miles from the synagogue, began to become a Jewish center in the late 1930s and continued to grow into the 40s and 50s when about half the community came to live there. The distance suggests that these families, headed by younger people, either drove to synagogue or rode on the streetcar. Thus, the map allows us to see when and how this traditional observance faded in a community that still called itself Orthodox. All of these analyses that I've showed you so far are useful because they add context and richness to vague information I'd gathered from other sources. But what about the very early years where I didn't have anything to go on at all? The synagogue's history said, quote, "Before 1890, Homestead was a void as far as Jewish population was concerned. We had in Homestead 2 or 3 Jewish families." Well, the man who wrote that statement didn't even move to Homestead until 1894, but if he didn't really know, how could I? Well, of all of the hundreds of documents I gathered up from this period and the accumulated inferences I could make from them, it made it really easy for me to establish that I had documented evidence for 28 Jews living in Homestead in the 1880s, and then 52 Jews living in Homestead at the time of the famous strike in 1892. And in fact, if you go on my website, you could easily run this filter for yourself. When I turned back to the map to see where they were all living at the time of the strike, I gained unexpected insight into the relationship between Homestead's Jewish community and the most significant historical event that ever took place in the town. Here is a famous photograph taken during the strike from when the town was put under martial law. This building served as the headquarters for the labor union and also for all of the out-of-town journalists who covered this event. It was covered all around the world. I've seen it in newspapers in Hungary and Russia and everywhere else besides. Thanks to the map, I learned something about this photograph that no one else who has studied the strike seems to know. These are Jewish stores, and these are Jewish homes. Here's a different view of the same area. Is that Isidore Grossman, one of the men who would help found the synagogue 2 years later, standing outside of where the city directories say that his shop was then located? From 1892 until now, the people who study the Seminole labor conflict have seen these images and not realized everything that they represent. Jews were present at the time of the strike and located proximate to key events. Putting Jews into the narrative of the strike is just the tip of the iceberg. Jews settled in small towns like Homestead because it was easy for them to open their own stores there, and their stores helped to propel them into the middle class far more quickly than would have been possible in the famous Jewish American urban enclaves that are better known, like the Lower East Side in New York City or the Hill District in Pittsburgh. Much has been written about labor and capital in Homestead, the stark divergence in the lives and economic possibilities between the men who ran the steel mill and the men who toiled in it. Most of these arguments center on the poverty, wages, and cruel working conditions that made it impossible for immigrant steelworkers to ever get ahead. An uncomfortable reality that my research raises is that Jewish immigrants who came from the same places as the steelworkers in the same years, but who largely did not tie their economic fate to working in the steel mill, had markedly different economic outcomes. To talk about economics in Homestead without considering this middle possibility, to talk about just two economic groups in Homestead and ignore this third one, limits what we can actually learn from the examples of this famous steel mill town. Beyond my particular project, I see much in what I did that will have value for many other kinds of community studies. These techniques have shown that even a dearth of traditional historical records, even a demolished streetscape, need not prove an impediment to understanding historically significant communities if some records survive to be mined. You need the diligence to gather the records and the creativity to maximize how you can mine them, but most surviving records have layers of information to divulge. Using genealogical techniques at scale can truly produce meaningful repositories of data, and applying technology allows us to mine these repositories for more answers than we would ever known otherwise. In this way, we can gain the kind of historical insight that far transcends the perceived value of each record collection individually and fills in answers that we might have thought once lost forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tammy, for an very interesting presentation. Our next speaker is Professor Louis Kaplan. Professor Kaplan is a professor of history and theory of photography and new media in the Department of Visual Studies at the Graduate Department of Art History at the University of Toronto. Professor Kaplan is internationally recognized for numerous books and articles in the field of photography studies. I can mention Photography and Humor that have been published in 2016. The topic of Professor Kaplan presentation, the imaginary Jewish homeland of Steinberg, from archive to virtual world. Professor Kaplan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Am I at full screen for everyone now?
Absolutely, yes? Absolutely.
Good. Okay, all right. So we'll hope that we can go to the next slides without any problem. But thank you very much for this kind invitation. And I hope that my presentation today will provide another twist to the concept of a world beyond, with the imaginary Jewish homelands of Ian Steinberg from archive to virtual world. This project and its construction of a virtual world out of a paper archive could not have been possible without the support of the YIVO Institute for Jewish Research in New York and the collection that is designated RG366. The papers of Isaac Nachman Steinberg sum up the life and times of this seminal but overlooked figure in 20th century Jewish politico-cultural life in 26 linear feet, 7 inches, and 1,046 folders of archival materials. Our imaginary Jewish homeland relies on approximately 300 folders from this collection dealing with Steinberg's journey down under. That is my focus today. We are also grateful to the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada for their generous support via their Insight Grant program. This presentation reviews specifically the digital art and humanities project entitled Virtual Kimberley that explores one of the imaginary Jewish homelands proposed by the charismatic Jewish political figure I.N. Steinberg as a place for Jewish refuge in Australia. This prescient and indefatigable politician arrived in Perth during May of 1939, or just 4 months before the outbreak of World War II, and only 3 years before the implementation of the Nazis' Holocaust of the Jews. He spent the major part of the war years between 39 and 43 petitioning the Australian people across the entire continent to save European Jews from the Nazi terror, and he received widespread support from trade labor unions, church leaders, businessmen, and politicians. In comparison with the triumphal narrative of the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948, Steinberg's failed plans for Jewish settlement in Australia have been relatively forgotten, and his utopic project has been consigned, as they say, to the dustbins of history. The question that our project addresses then is how might digital art and humanities research intervene in order to present this archival material and to delineate this alternative, imagined, and virtual history, or to employ the title of this conference, Of a World Beyond. But before we go virtual, let us recall some key historical facts and contexts about Steinberg and his organization. He served as the leader of the Freeland League for Jewish Territorial Colonization, whose political ambition was to find areas of refuge for persecuted Jews when faced with the Nazi peril and the imminence of the Holocaust. Steinberg was a former Socialist Revolutionary Party leader in the Soviet Union who served for a short time as the Justice Minister in Lenin's early coalition government. He was exiled from the Soviet Union in 1923. After that, he was based in Berlin for about a decade until forced to emigrate yet again with the rise of Hitler to power in January 1933, thereby becoming a political refugee twice over, moving to London with his family at that time. The Freelanders were not interested in following the Zionist path of restoring Jews to their ancestral homeland. Instead, their political movement, known as territorialism, sought to carve out a niche for a Jewish haven in any territory that would have them, and in a place where, quote, the land should be uninhabited or sparsely populated so as to avoid competition with the native population, end of quote. In other words, the territorialists were seeking free land anywhere on the globe. Thus, the political imaginary of the aptly named Freeland League had as its mission the goal of establishing a Jewish homeland in any place that would allow for settlement and that ideally would not interfere with indigenous peoples. Their roots were in the Jewish Territorialist Organization, or ITO, founded in 1905 by the British author and playwright Israel Zangwill, as an alternative to Herzl's Zionist movement. When this organization faded after Zangwill's death, the same goals were taken up by the Freeland League, co-founded by Steinberg and Ben Adir. The Freeland League established branches in London, as I said, where Steinberg was based, and Warsaw during the mid-1930s. In further contrast to the Zionist political program, Steinberg did not seek a separate nation state for the Jews, but rather a semi-autonomous settlement to further their vibrant Yiddish culture while becoming Australian citizens. In the so-called Kimberley Plan, the Freeland League was to purchase a large plot of pastoral land in Western Australia to settle 75,000 Jews. Shortly after his arrival, Steinberg headed to the Kimberley to meet with the Australian pastoralist and rancher Michael P. Durack in June 1939. Here is the famous image of him smiling with the bountiful corn crop there. While Steinberg managed to get the provincial government of Western Australia to agree to his plan in principle rather quickly, his efforts to convince the federal government were put on hold when World War II broke out in the Pacific region. There was also opposition from nativists and anti-Semites who wanted to keep Australia's borders closed to Jewish refugees at the time. This map shows the extent of the proposed site for settlement in orange that belonged to the Duracks. Heavily in debt, Durack was looking to get rid of some of his vast lands and to make a deal with Steinberg for this territory, covering an area of 7 million acres that extended across Western Australia to the Northern Territory and equal to the size of Belgium. Part 2, from paper archives to virtual world. The project develops a virtual reality world, VR, using the cross-platform gaming engine Unity in order to envision what might have been if this plan had succeeded. VR serves as the perfect medium for this project because it constitutes a dreamscape that allows for the creation of Steinberg's unrealized visions for a Jewish homeland in the Kimberley region. Virtual Kimberley constitutes an interactive environment that consists of 93 structures, ranging from refugee tents to larger institutional buildings. But instead of texturing the 3D models in our virtual world with images of bricks and mortar, we have photographed and digitized thousands of documents from the vast Steinberg collection as the material to overlay the polygon meshes that comprise the buildings of our imaginary Jewish homeland. The buildings are modeled in the architectural software program Rhino and textured in 3D Studio Max and Photoshop before they are imported into the Unity gaming program. In this way, the project moves from the historical archive and its analogical format to the virtual realm and its digital archive. Steinberg's texts become textures, allowing the public to see and read the archive on the VR walking tour and thereby providing interactive access to this imaginary world. In this still image, you see how one has the capacity to go inside the larger structures and to move around these interior spaces. This, the interior view of the post office building. The result is the reanimation of the archive with the objective of disseminating knowledge about Steinberg's project, both by digitizing these materials and deploying them in virtual reality. Take, for example, this document, which is Steinberg's visa extension to remain in the UK at the time when he was a refugee himself fleeing Nazi Germany. You see here that he arrived there on January the 27th, 1933, just a few days before Hitler assumed power. Now here in this slide, you see how we have taken Steinberg's passport and used it to overlay another one of our models. Converting texts into textures, the figure evoked here is one of paper houses for a failed Jewish utopia, connoting the fragility and flimsiness of a project on paper that never made it past this initial idealistic stage. Paper houses serves as the perfect metaphor for an idea that could have been, but that never was, and to symbolize Steinberg's heroic failure. There are three components to the virtual settlement in terms of the types of architectural structures. The first component is comprised of refugee tents, as well as small houses that are fragile in nature. They are textured with newspaper clippings taken from actual articles published worldwide during the years when the Kimberley scheme was in the news. There is a conscious choice, here to texture these models with a flimsy material punctured with gaps and holes. The tan color and the weathered condition of the newspapers that are unfortunately decomposing in the archives mimics the look of an actual refugee tent. Their fragility is also used to connote the marginal status of the refugee whose dwellings are makeshift and temporary. The second component is comprised of 10 institutional buildings, as we imagine the types of structures that such a community would have built. These include the I.N. Steinberg House, the barn, the newspaper factory, the post office, and the school, among others. These structures have been selected based on the types and classification of the documents found in the archive. As one example, let us turn to the building with the word memorandum on its entrance. This Freeland League archive building in virtual Kimberley is textured with the most important memoranda and other official documents from Steinberg's time in Australia in pursuit of the Kimberley Plan, including memos sent to the prime ministers of the day, Robert Menzies and John Curtin, who finally quashed the plan in 1944. If you go inside this building, you are able to read the most important passages of key Freeland position papers on the proposed settlement. Finally, the third component of the virtual settlement is comprised of what looks to be a small subdivision of residential houses. They are more formed than those in the refugee colony, with 4 walls supporting these structures, but every so often one notices that there are gaps and unfinished aspects here as well. This grouping imagines that the refugees would have moved up economically over time as they settled into the new land, becoming Australian citizens as Steinberg envisioned. And the one on the left there in green is actually textured with the cover of the book with the kangaroos there and the koala bears of Steinberg's book about how he lived and dreamed in Australia, published first in Yiddish and then later published translated into English. To focus on another example in the subdivision, it includes this orange house with English and Yiddish texts announcing a meeting of the Freeland League in New York on the subject of, quote, "The people of Australia is ready to grant a haven to the Jewish people," end of quote, featuring guest speakers Sir Norman Angell, who was the winner of the 1933 Nobel Peace Prize, and the American philosopher Sidney Hook. The choices made with respect to the architectural styles used for most of the larger buildings are derived from the period of the international style and from functionalist architecture as well. We looked for buildings in this style to base our designs, and these were often modified to meet our needs. For example, the town hall is based on the white functionalist building in Prague called the Manus Gallery that opened in 1930. Meanwhile, the archive building is based on the Villa Romer in Hamburg from 1928, designed by Carl Schneider. And you see that here. On the top, you see another angle of the archive building, the memorandum building. And then on the bottom, you see the Villa Romer by Schneider from 1928. We are also speculating that Jewish architects who emigrated from Germany and Eastern Europe to Tel Aviv as you well know, for those at Tel Aviv University, such as Erich Mendelssohn and Zev Rechter, and who built the so-called White City of Bauhaus-inspired buildings there in the 1930s and 40s, might have immigrated to the Kimberley instead. So here we are imagining a counterfactual history. What if these architects, for instance, had had the chance to design Steinberg's Jewish utopia down under? The Melech Ravitch House that honors the Jewish poet and adventurer who was the first to consider Australia as a possible place of Jewish refuge in 1933 is based on the unrealized Zev Rechter building that has been modified. This structure houses the Kodak snapshots that you see closer up in the right-hand slide that Ravitch took on his epic journey, as well as their captions and a few of his other writings on the subject. Ravitch went to the Northern Territory in October and November of 1933 and took these touristic snapshots envisioning a possible Jewish homeland. Now I want to talk about spatial archiving, which is one of the key aspects of the project. Virtual Kimberley also contains another dynamic feature that brings it into the world of information studies and library science with the indexical innovation that we call spatial archiving. If one wants to learn more about any of the documents used to texture a model, then one can mouse over it and call up its metadata, as you see in the upper left corner there. Here you see the interior of the newspaper factory that contains many clippings, some in Yiddish, relating to Steinberg's Kimberley scheme, with the specific metadata referring to the texture on the ceiling and the article Streams of Refugees in Europe. To really experience this effect in a dynamic fashion, we would need to open the project in Unity, which is technically not doable in this platform. The practice of spatial archiving as a mode of information visualization links the historical documents used to texture each model with the data about the document in our digital archive. In this way, we are deploying a three-dimensional and interactive means in order to display and reveal two-dimensional documents and artifacts. There are approximately 1,500 entries that have been inputted. Each entry contains such fields as type of document, as you see there, author, date, source, language, and comments. This is another way that this Jewish digital art and humanities project mobilizes the archive and turns it into a virtual world to be explored, mapped, and read by those who interact with it. This interior view of the virtual Kimberley post office demonstrates the spatial archiving function that provides bibliographical information for one of Steinberg's letters. The entries range from state memoranda to personal letters, from newspaper clippings to children's drawings, from manuscripts to published pamphlets and essays, from period maps to the documentary photos that Steinberg took on his initial expedition to the Durack lands in 1939. There are representative texts from a number of the languages that the polyglot Steinberg knew, including, of course, English, German, and Yiddish. Every single document used to texture the models has a corresponding 6-digit hex color code that is attached to it and that allows for its retrieval via coding. Furthermore, the ability to traverse the virtual world relies on the writing of code in the C# computer programming language, and this enables the user to control the models and to take them through their scripted actions and animations. While sometimes there are hundreds of documents used to texture one model, like in the post office, the smaller models, such as the Jewish refugee tents, rely only on one source document at times. And here I'm showing you two documents that we utilized in the project, which come from materials related to I.N. Steinberg's son, who of course was the famous art historian Leo Steinberg, whom you see as a young child there on the right, and then a children's drawing that he did about one of his father's trip to the United States called Reise nach Amerika. Okay, now I want to talk about a few of the theoretical aspects, and then we'll go into the video. So this final part is called Transforming the Analogical Archive into the Digital Diagram. Turning text into textures, virtual Kimberly animates and mobilizes the historical repository of forms that constitute the thousands of static documents in Steinberg's YIVO archive. As the user participant traverses the virtual world and encounters its multiple pathways and its lines of flight, the archive is turned into a map of possibilities and trajectories. In theoretical terms, it is possible to think about this project and its traversal of a virtual world in terms of the shift from the archive to the diagram, as theorized by the French philosopher Gilles Deleuze, and more recently by the American film and literary scholar Tom Conley. The key passage here is from Deleuze's book on Foucault, 1986, when he makes the following distinction. The diagram is no longer an auditory or visual archive, but a map, a cartography that is coextensive with the whole social field, end of quote. While the historical archive is fixed and static in the realm of being, the diagram constitutes a mobile space of becoming. As Conley writes, this archive deals with what the archive deals with what was in the realm of the what is, while the diagram begins from what is to project what will be, end of quote. Moreover, the diagram is always in the realm of the cartographic, a mode between writing and drawing that seeks to be mapped. Thus, the diagram is a map of possibility, Conley says, of a devenir exceeding an archive or historical repository of forms. And he concludes, mixing writing and drawing, the diagram is an intermediate shape between an object conceived and an object realized, end of quote. Now, I believe that this offers another way to situate virtual Kimberly as diagrammatic, mixing the voluminous writings in the Steinberg archive with the drawings comprised of computer graphics and 3D architectural models that the user sets into motion by traversing the space and by mapping it. The result is this imaginary Jewish homeland, an intermediate shape between an object conceived, i.e. Steinberg's Kimberly plan, and an object realized using the Unity gaming engine, in other words, virtual Kimberly. Furthermore, we have placed our virtual world, as you've seen, on the orange part of the map, the pastoral map of Northern Australia and Kimberley, that carves out the borders of Dorak's lands, adding another cartographic dimension to the project. And finally, on the topological level, this also has created a ground of rich earth tones that complement the fiery rock formations found in the Kimberley region. So, I will conclude my presentation with a 2.5-minute QuickTime video that offers a fly-through of virtual Kimberley. It will offer you a better sense of how the structures are situated in space and how this digital project animates the archive as one enters a virtual world. So I will shift out here of my PowerPoint, which is taking long because it's a very heavy document. And I will stop my screen share, right? And then you guys can take over and please put up the fly through. And as it plays, yes, I don't see it yet. But as it plays, I have a coda, thank you, and a few final speculations as it plays and as you can enjoy the flyover of the virtual Kimberly. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, well, it's stopping and starting, but it's running. Great, thank you. So in his posthumously published essay entitled The Actual and the Virtual, Deleuze makes a crucial point that touches upon the scope and the possibilities that are enabled by this virtual world. He says, every actual object surrounds itself with a cloud of virtuals. On one level, if every document housed in the Steinberg archive is viewed as an actual object, then imaginary Jewish homelands unleashes and mobilizes their virtual potential in the Unity gaming engine. And on another level, if the state of Israel constitutes the actualization of Jewish national sovereignty, then this imaginary Jewish homelands project and its implementation of a virtual world provides us with a cloud of potentialities and of unknowing from which we can only speculate what history might have become. There you see the passport turned into a house that we're hovering over now. Obviously, with the connection, we're getting some starts and stops, but at least you're getting some sense of the some perspective of the vantage points of a fly through of the different, some of the 93 structures that are in the virtual world. And you're in the third area that I talked about, right? These smaller houses. And there you see the event from the Freeland League, the orange house there. This house was dedicated to Leo Steinberg. And then you see how we're zooming into up to the synagogue, which actually is textured on top with the doctoral thesis of Ian Steinberg about the teachings in the Talmud. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kaplan. It was fascinating. Actually, I visited the Kimberley area about 7 years ago, and I have no idea about the Kimberley project. It's
wow.
only for me. It's wonderful.
Great.
And actually, it's very interesting. Good. Our last speaker is Professor Liat Kuzma. Professor Kuzma is a historian of the modern Middle East, teaching at the Department of Islamic and Middle Eastern Studies at the Hebrew University. Her earlier work examined the social history of the marginalized women in the Middle East. She's currently leading a 5-year research project founded by the European Research Council titled A Regional History of Medicine in the Middle East. Professor Kuzma, please, the floor is yours.
Okay. So I hope you can hear me well. I live across the street from a hospital, so you'd hear the sirens have been on, then I apologize. Okay, what I want to do here is to present our database on which we've been working in the last 4 years, and to look at one of the things, or some of the things we can find there. I was asked to talk about the Jewish aspect of this database, but what I want to do first is to talk about the more regional, the more general function it serves, and then what I've been writing so far, I'm working on so far, have been Palestinian doctors, Egyptian doctors, and Middle Eastern doctors more generally, and the Jewish doctors aspect of it is still a work in progress. So the findings are very preliminary here. But I want to start with the tools. So what we're talking about is an interrelated tool. It's still password protected, but we're supposed to open it to the public by the end of the year, of the academic year. So what we have here are several interrelated entities, and I'm going to present the interrelations in the next slide. So what we have, the main entities in this project are persons, and persons are medical personnel, institutions, and these can be educational, medical or other work institutions, cities, which can be which what we would call in Hebrew yeshuv, any kind of settlement, not necessarily city, but we didn't find proper term. So we're still using city and a source. Cities are connected to countries and so on and so forth. And what I'm trying to do here is to map the ways in which medical personnel in the region, which is doctors, dentists, pharmacists, nurses, midwives, how they were interconnected through the work and an educational trajectory. So what I really try to find here is some sort of zoom out to the entire region, and soon I'm going to explain why I think these are interconnected through this digital tool. So these are the recent updates or the recent items that were entered. What I want to show you are the numbers. So we have 10,500 persons. This is not accurate. I'm sure we have duplicates, but it's more or less the number. We have 1,718 institutions, 542 sources, and dozens of countries and several archives and so on. So this is the first thing I want to show here. What I promised to show, can you see the change of tab? Okay, tell me if you don't. What I want to show you here is the way in which my computer programmer, Amir Simantov, conceptualized the project. This is the way that this was, I guess, a year or even 18 months of conversation to conceptualize this project and how the different categories in this project are interconnected. To me, the main entity in this project is the person. The person is connected on the one hand to an activity, what he or she does, and to the authorization when and from whom they got the certificate to practice medicine, midwifery, and so on. The person is also connected to the city in which he or she was born and the city in which he or she was had died. Persons have religion, and then persons also have an institution in which they had studied. Now, oh, I think this is this arrow. So, and an institution in which they studied, an institution in which they worked. And all of these are also connected to the city. So if I want to know who worked in Beirut, for instance, or in Izmir, I can, and I'm going to show that in a couple of minutes, I can see who studied with the same person, who worked in the same city and at the same time with this person. And then I can speculate about cohorts, about networks, about who was connected to whom, and to what extent the medical community in the region was, in the Middle East was connected. So just a quick overview of what I mean when I'm talking about medical education and the medical profession in the region. So the first medical schools in the region were established at the same time, or the same year, 1827. And then two institutions were added, and this is not the year of their establishment, but the year of the establishment of the respective medical school, 1867 and 1883. And the other medical school in the region is a medical college in Baghdad, and I should also have mentioned here the extension of the medical school in Istanbul, established in 1903 in Damascus. What I then found, and others have already written about the phenomenon, is that these institutions become hubs for medical education. As you can see in the map, you don't have other, I mentioned Damascus, but most of the region doesn't have its own medical schools. So in order to study medicine, people have to go elsewhere. So Iranian students reach study in Beirut from the 1890s. Iraqi students study in Beirut since the until 1927. Anatolian students come, especially Armenians, but not only, come to Beirut, to one of these universities. What these universities can supply is quality medical education in English or in French. And many of the students, not all, many of the students are graduates of missionary schools and can study there. Students also come from Greece and from the Balkans, as I said, and what I can show from my database is how diverse cohorts were and how this diversity had changed over time. So, for example, in the 70s and 80s of the 19th century, most students came from around what we now call Lebanon. They are increasingly diversifying in later decades. In the 70s, 80s, most of the students would come from cities or towns. In the 1890s, they would start coming from Lebanese villages. So what I can show based on my data is not only how diverse this student population was, but also how this diversity had changed over time. And one of the examples is the example of Egyptian medical students. So you have a medical school since 1827, but Egypt is occupied by the British in 1883, and the school changes the language of instruction to English. Students have to pay fee. Cohorts are significantly reduced, and what happens is a migration of medical students from Egypt. One destination would be Beirut. The Palestinian medical profession is based entirely on educational immigration. So you don't have a medical school in Palestine throughout the mandate years. The medical school is established in Jerusalem in 1949, but until then, Palestinian Arab doctors have to study abroad. About 70% of them study in Beirut and the others in other parts of the world. So which other parts of the world, and these are just examples, you have students leaving the region and studying in Paris or in Montpellier. Of course, with London and Edinburgh, other examples, and so on. What you have here, of course, is Geneva. And here, the other point, and this brings me closer to the topic of this discussion, is what you also have is immigration of Jewish doctors to Palestine, mainly after 1933, after the Nazi takeover. But this is another story. So I'm going back to my database, and what we have here is these 10,500 people. I can sort them by profession. So, for example, if I'm interested mainly in doctors, that this is what I'm going to click. And here I can sort them also by religion, and for the moment by bibliographic reference, and I want to show you how I use this. So I'm going to start with choosing only the Jews. And these will be 287 people. I want to emphasize here the strength and weakness of this database. Lists of doctors, and the first talk referred to this challenge as well. Most of my sources, and these are the sources, the main sources for Jewish doctors in this database, The main challenge is that you don't always know by their names that they're Jewish. So I assume that this 287 is an underestimation of the number of doctors in the database, of Jewish doctors in the database. You can see here that this is the number of doctors, nurses. I want to say something about them in a minute. Pharmacists, dentists, and so on. So one thing I want to do here before I move to the next tab is to look at these bibliographic databases. So these are alumni lists of the American University of Beirut, and what you can see here is that you have 70 people identified as Jews. I assume there were more. Now, some of these doctors, and I want to zoom in to one of them later on, but what you can see here is the long, for example, is the long list of nurses. I'm gonna click this and you can see here that these women are easily identified. I mentioned the name, I can identify them also if place of birth and place of work is identified and they have returned to or were born in Mandate, Palestine. So the numbers are very clear. The names here, sorry, are very clear, and what you can see here is happening mainly in the 1940s, which is nurses opting for academic nursing studies in Beirut. What you can also find here, and if I go to both universities, Saint Joseph, all of these sources are from Saint Joseph Faculty of Medicine in Beirut. These are much larger numbers, and some of them would be Palestine-born Jews. For example, Ibrahim Abu Shadid, whose name you might not know, but his sister Leah Abu Shadid had married Itamar Ben Avi. So you have this group of Palestine-born, you have the Mani brothers from Hebron and so on, Palestine-born Jews who studied in Beirut. And what you also have in the 1940s are Jews mainly from Czechoslovakia, but not only, who were expelled from their native universities and resumed their studies in Beirut and got their medical degrees from there, and then practiced as physicians in Mandate, Palestine, and then in Israel. My next tab is dedicated to a specific source, which is Médecins Juifs au Service de la Turquie, which here I know for certain that these people are Jews. These items were entered by my doctoral student, Annabella Esperanza, who's here in the audience and might be able to answer some of your questions. So here, what you have is are Jews who worked in the Ottoman Empire in the later decades of the empire, and this is one example. I want to show you here what kind of data we have and how this database allows us to integrate data from various sources. So I can do this, and you can see this person's CV without the references, but I opened them so you can see the sources from which he collected data about this person. So we have this person's military service, education, different works, and then his affiliations and work and volunteer work within and outside of the Jewish community. And of course, if we click on one of them and I'll look at his city of birth, what you find here is where Tripoli is, connected to Google Maps. And the other people in the database who were at some point worked or were born in or had died in Tripoli. So if I want to know, for example, if one person worked with another or had known another, of course I can't say whether they had met, whether they talked, but I can correlate and I can see that different people in the database worked in the same place at the same year. These are people who were born there, a very long list. And normally alumni lists don't include data on death, sometimes they do. And then the different institutions or workplaces that were located there. Okay, so I can again click and we can do this on and on for hours, but just to give you an example, Ahali Hospital, and here I have nurse, a surgeon, doctors who worked in this specific hospital, and of course I can trace their CV and so on. What I tried to show you here is the kind of work which I tried to do, which is both the macro level of how many, at what time, but also the micro level of individual biographies. And what I don't show you here, and this would be a future research, both of Annabella, Esperanza, and myself, is to do the medium level of a specific community or a specific school. And one of the things I'm trying to do in my research now of Palestinian doctors is what the first lecture referred to, which is mapping, quote unquote, my doctors in the city, and then see who were each other's neighbors, how close were they to hospitals or other public institutions in the city, and of course, how this had changed over time. Not here, not in the specific case of Jewish doctors, but certainly in other projects. It's already being written, not yet published. Two cases, two micro level cases, and then I conclude. These are cases in which I could trace the people's families. And this is a case of Chaim Yitzhak Atas. What you can see here, that I could trace him from a list of all Egyptian doctors, all doctors working in Egypt in 1922. He's a pharmacist. He has a license. He was given a license from the Egyptian government in 1922. I don't know where he was in between. And then a professor in our Faculty of Humanities at the Hebrew University wanted to audit my class, and I asked him why he was interested. And then he said, well, I have a family history. And I told him, your family history is in my database. And I got this picture from the family in return. So this is one story. The other story is of Fortuné Azriel, or Mazal Azriel, born in Jerusalem. And she was the first dentist, the first female dentist to graduate from the American University of Beirut. So in 1921, the American University in Beirut decides to open its ranks to women, but only if there would be at least 2 women in a cohort. So 2 women are accepted, one does not finish her studies, and Fortuné Azriel becomes the first female dentist to graduate from the school. The first female doctors would graduate from the school in 1931. She marries Shmuel Arpet, a fellow student at the medical school, also Jewish. Her brother is also studying dentistry, and her brother would stay in Beirut until his death in 1960 from lung cancer. So the idea that the first female dentist to graduate from Beirut was Jewish was very exciting to me. So I looked her up, and I ended up meeting her daughter. Her daughter is Elal Magor, a translator. I met her at her home in Jerusalem and in Tel Aviv. Sorry, and this is how I got this beautiful picture of hers from her student years, and I have other family pictures of hers, and I think it speaks more than it speaks to what the database does. It speaks more to the potential of this database and what it can still do. So what I want to do is just to conclude. What I did here is to present the database and to use the example of Jewish doctors to talk about my research. I also talked about the weaknesses of the database. The database is as strong as the data entered and is as strong as the sources we have. So when the sources, for example, for the American University in Beirut do not indicate a person's religion, then I cannot enter it into the database. I can only rely on an educated guess. And a very recent development, and this was 2 weeks ago, and I haven't had a chance to update the database since, I found that the Israeli National Library an earlier catalog of the American University of Beirut. So in the catalog I've used is from 1953, and then you don't have a person's religion. The catalog that was recently cataloged at the Israeli National Library is from 1923, and it does contain religion. And I think the difference lies in the civil strife in Lebanon in 1943 and the intercommunal agreement that enabled the establishment of modern Lebanon. So in modern Lebanon, religious communities have collective rights, but the actual composition of a given community, for example, the student community of the American University of Beirut, can be so controversial, then it's better not to keep records or not to publish them. So this is my assumption, and in a few months' time, I'll enter the data to the database, and we'll be able to get a clearer picture of how many Jewish students studied in Beirut, at least until 1923. So this is it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Kozma. It was a wonderful way to close the session. And I think that we have around 10 minutes for question and comments from the audience, from the chat.
Okay, the first question was for Tammy from Françoise Uzan. Did you ever come across a list of fallen soldiers during World War II or other indications of enlisted or drafted service members?
Yes, I will put some links in the chat. But at a high level, the war memorial plaques from the synagogue do survive. They list the people who were killed in battle, as well as all the young men in the community who served. On top of that, I have genealogical records that relate to their military service. I have some synagogue programs from events that took place in the early 40s where they listed a completely different list of boys in their community who had been in the service. So I have a few different sources for that. I've gone through everybody who served in World War I and have been able to identify most of the people. And so that's one of the filters on my data website if you want to look at those folks. I haven't yet done that for World War II because there are just many, many more people involved. And it's also just a tougher era for genealogical research in terms of records that are available. So I'll paste some links in the chat if you're curious to see. But yeah, there's definitely more that I can do there.
Okay, at this point, perhaps if you just raise your hand or use the hand signal,
If you don't
we'll
have more
unmute you.
questions from the chat, please. Maybe I will use my position as the chair. And one more question to Tammy. Do you have more data about socioeconomic aspects, Jews who owns business, occupation, some stuff like this?
Yes, I think that's sort of the next horizon for data that I want to be able to get into better order so I can do something with it. I have tax records, which connect to property ownership, as well as in a later period, assets that they own, but these aren't really income-based because of the ways that tax laws were at that time. I have property ownership records, which are rather difficult to research, but accessible here in downtown Pittsburgh. And some maps which sort of list who owned all the property, so I can at least go through and at a high level figure it out, at least for certain periods in time, who owned what. Within the directories, I've certainly cataloged all of the Jewish-owned businesses, so there's more that I can do there to kind of understand those patterns. I guess the one thing, and then one other record, and then I'll sort of wrap up with that. Those mercantile directories that I showed do include information that suggests the economic strength of the business. All these little codes that they put next to each entry all have to do with how much money the auditor thinks was in the business. This is obviously a total guess on their part. So I don't have a lot of really great evidence, and it's really interesting for families who I thought were doing really well economically, and then I get a hold of their letters from a grandchild, let's say, and I see that they actually think that they were struggling and barely making ends meet. So I don't know that I'm ever going to quite have enough information to be able to tie things together as neatly as I would like. But I do think there's a lot out there to tell some kind of a story that is, like I said at the end of my talk, the next area that I would love to figure out how to process this data and work on.
More question or comments? So I just, before I understand that Professor Rozen want to conclude, but before
I conclude,
I just want to say in the name of all of us that I'm grateful to Professor Goldstein and the whole wonderful staff at Tel Aviv University. It's always a difficult task to organize this kind of event, and especially in the current time. So again, in the name of all of us, I'm grateful. So Professor Rozen, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, you can't hear me, I think. No, yes, you can.
Yes,
We can hear you.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank all the colleagues that honored me by their participation in this festive launch of the website dedicated to the Jewish cemeteries in Turkey. This has been really a wonderful opportunity for me, not only to make the website known, but also to get acquainted with what I have imagined while roaming through the internet as the cutting edge of the present ventures of digital humanities in the case of Jewish studies. And I am very happy that I managed to bring together such a wonderful collection of scholars who really presented for us great achievements that are connected, first of all, with the past, But secondly, also in the case of Professor Kaplan, what could have been the future? And we can speculate about it. Speculating is a wonderful venue for a historian. We don't have to think only about reviving the past, but also about what could have happened if we would have taken other ways. When I envisioned this gathering, I divided it into two sections. One that was dedicated to what can be done with the database, the digital database that I created, and the other what others are doing. And I must say that I'm really awestruck by the achievements of our invited scholars to this gathering. This is really wonderful. It gives me as a scholar a whole new vision of what can we do in the present and in the future, creating such a huge world of knowledge at which everyone can take part, everyone can contribute. And I find it really something wonderful. When I've written this book that I'm showing you behind me, a professor at the Hebrew University, an art historian, who was at that time much, much older than myself. Well, she was my age now. She said to me, "Why are you publishing this? Everybody will use your ideas. Why don't you use them yourself?" And at the time, I didn't know what to answer her. But as years went by, I understood that this is useless. I mean, knowledge should be free. Knowledge should be disseminated. Knowledge should be celebrated. And I hope that this gathering is doing something in that direction. I'm really very, very grateful to you all. I'm very grateful to the scholars who participated yesterday in our gathering. And I wish you all the best. And I am looking forward to meet you on the screen and in the flesh in further opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minna. Actually, I think that Minna, Professor Rozen is a mentor for so many of us, and we cannot look about our academic career and research without her perspectives and knowledge and help. So it was a wonderful event. And again, hopefully next time, face to face.
Thank you. And thank you all at the Goldstein-Goren Diaspora Research Center, the former head, Professor Goldin, the present head, Professor Stauber, and the wonderful team that I've mentioned also yesterday, but they should be mentioned today as well. Sarah Appel, Adi Moskovich, and Shimrit Haddad, who are, without them, nothing happens. We have to rely on their coordination, on their good sense, on their diplomatic skills, and the never-ending wish to help us and to make our work known and disseminated. Thank you.
So, good evening, and see you at the next conference.